Welcome to NOLA.com's coverage of Mardi Gras for all y'all. How you doing, Doug?
I'm doing okay.
My name's Alex Pomez, joined today by Doug McCash. Thank you all for being here with us. We're brought to you today by NewOrleans.com, and we are at the LCMC stage here at the NOLA.com Times-Picayune offices on St. Charles. Great to see you again.
Yeah,
I think we did one of these together maybe a year or two ago.
It seems like yesterday.
It's all a blur. It's all a blur. Thanks for coming back. We had Scott Pelier scheduled. He's feeling a little bit under the weather, which is ironic because he's a meteorologist, and the plans for tomorrow are all over the place.
I'll tell you what.
We are getting news live, so you may at home hear things even before we do, but Zulu and Rex tomorrow are going to, I believe, have abbreviated routes.
That's correct.
So we're kind of rolling with the punches and seeing what's going to happen.
Here's what's going on. If you're from outside of New Orleans, there's an impending storm. Tomorrow morning, there are going to be high winds, somewhere between, with gusts as high as 45, 50 miles an hour. And yet the parades may run in the morning, but by noon, 1 o'clock, it's supposed to become a thunderstorm with gusts to 60 miles an hour, and the possibility of tornadoes. Well, that's a problem.
Yeah.
And so what they're trying to do is streamline and quicken the parades to get them in front of as many of their fans as possible.
Yeah.
In the relatively safe morning.
Yeah.
So they're going to cut the routes a little bit. In the case of Zulu, maybe in half.
Yeah. So the fortunate thing for us is that is it Zulu or Rex that might not even come here. We might not even. Rex will
Is
not.
That right?
Yeah. We're hearing from our director and producers that Rex won't even come to this spot.
Well, how about that? That's news to me.
Yeah. So that's unfortunate because we normally broadcast those two parades from here. Unfortunately, you folks at home won't get to see that, but there's literally nothing we can do about it. It is the literal act of God weather that we are dealing with out here. So,
and as a Zulu representative explained, they don't want it to be happening.
Sure.
But if they can get in front of people who have come in from out of town to see the parade, well, that's a win. And if they can get in front of their New Orleans audience, even for that morning period, that's a win. So that's what they're hoping for. That makes sense.
And you got to take what you can get. In my experience, we were talking about this earlier about the possibility of just pushing Fat Tuesday back. Now, in my experience, there have been many times, including this year, where parades have been pushed back due to weather. Like, for example, last week, the parades on last Sunday got pushed to Tuesday because of rain.
Right.
In your experience, in your lifetime, has there ever been a time when Fat Tuesday specifically was pushed back? I don't know of any.
I can't remember one. Fat Tuesday is more than just the date.
Right.
It's the beginning of Lent.
Right.
So if you look at Carnival, if you look at Mardi Gras as that part of a religious experience or religious,
you can't push it.
You can't push it, but we'll see.
Not only that, but the city's calendar really revolves around that day, because it's not just about the parades, it's also about government holidays, school schedule. It's a spring break for a lot of schools. So if you say, hey, let's push Fat Tuesday back, you're talking to a lot of government agencies, you're talking to the city, you're talking to schools. So the unfortunate thing about all this is that you can't really postpone any of this.
Yeah, it's complicated as I understand it, and grain of salt, everybody, because things are changing pretty quick.
Yeah.
A little earlier in the afternoon, as I understood it, the truck parades, which follow Rex and Zulu, are going to be rescheduled.
Oh, interesting.
So let's see. Like I said, pinch of salt. That's what I understood to be the case earlier in the day, and they're going to be pushed to the weekend.
Interesting.
Truck parades after the float parades, which are very decorative. They have floats and bands and all. At the end of Mardi Gras Day, there's this great, huge convoy of semi-tractors with decorated trailers that pulls through the uptown route.
And a lot of
throws
flatbed 16-wheelers, 18-wheelers.
Family floats, and they just throw tons of beads, and used to be my kid's favorite part of
I think my
Mardi Gras.
My favorite growing up, probably. My family we used to go to the one on the West Bank when I was a kid. The ones, the truck parades in Gretna, I think.
Golly, I know there's one in Jeff.
It's been a long time.
In Metairie.
Yes.
But that may be your childhood.
My mom's somewhere. My mom would know. She's over there somewhere. But yeah, I think we used to go to the Gretna float, the truck parades. So,
and by the way, anybody watching, if I get something wrong, tell us.
Oh,
I do it all the time.
Don't worry, Doug. When we get something wrong, they let us know in the YouTube comments. Speaking of, folks, we always like to ask this on every one of these streams. Let us know where you're watching from. It's always fun to see where people are around the world.
Yeah.
You know, obviously we get a lot of people from around the United States, but it's really fun when we get around the country. Yesterday we had some people watching from Japan, so that's always fun.
Yeah.
So let us know where you're tuning in from. That's always exciting.
All right.
Yeah. So look, folks, we got Orpheus and Proteus tonight.
Yes.
In the other order, Proteus and Orpheus. The first parade, Proteus tonight, is at St. Charles and Penniston. It'll be here before you know it. In the meantime, we're going to take a quick break and stick with us. We'll be here when you get back. Thanks, everybody.
All right.
Yeah. Cool.
Farmers are always there for each other. We shed tears together, we celebrate together, but we also grow together. Farm Bureau is the largest general farm organization in the country. We have the farmers' back. If you're a farmer and you're not a member, we would welcome you into our Farm Bureau family. And if you want to know more about agriculture, come be part of this great family.
At Tulane Doctors, we know your health can't wait.
So we made booking appointments easier than ever.
Just dial 988-5000 to book with any physician, any specialty.
Whether at East Jefferson General Hospital or one of our other locations.
Because your health is our top priority.
And because navigating healthcare should be simple,
personal,
accessible.
When you see the shield, you'll know
the future of medicine is here.
They were ordinary people, just like you and me, who never expected to find themselves like this. But they found courage. They found grit, grace. They found strength in each other. And in their stories, we find strength within. The National World War II Museum. Find the extraordinary inside.
I make your feet move and your heart stand still. I am New Orleans. I'm your town deep down. Come see me at neworleans.com.
Shout out to New Orleans and Company for working year-round to make New Orleans a better place to live, work, and visit. Learn more about their impact and how tourism benefits our community at neworleansandcompany.com.
Son of a Saint and Krewe Ferret have shared a commitment to uplifting young men through the magic of Mardi Gras since 2011. This year, they've joined forces once again to unveil the first ever Son of a Saint Super Float. Son of a Saint thanks its supporters, the city of New Orleans, and of course, the crew of Ferret for making these dreams a reality. To learn more or get involved, visit sonofasaint.org.
For over 30 years, the Louisiana Lottery Corporation has delivered on its mission to maximize state revenue. Last fiscal year was our second best ever, transferring more than $205 million to the state to benefit K-12 public education in Louisiana. Lottery customers can expect even more great games, better technology-based solutions, and experiences like second chance promotions, brand alliances, and prize-winning opportunities as we head into the new year. Recognized as leading one of the most fiscally efficient lotteries in the nation, the Louisiana Lottery is proud of our mission-driven, innovative workforce, as well as the 2,800 Louisiana businesses that sell our games and enthusiastically serve our players. The future is bright at the Louisiana Lottery, and this gives us a reason to smile in 2025.
Everyone knows Mardi Gras is a marathon, not a sprint. Long days on your feet and long walks along the route can either be a breeze or a battle. That's why Orleans Shoe Company carries Hoka, On Running, Accept, Birkenstock, and more to keep you stylish and comfortable. Visit one of their 4 locations in New Orleans or shop online at orleansshoes.com.
Named by TripAdvisor as the #1 attraction in New Orleans, the National World War II Museum tells the story of the American experience in the war that changed the world, why it was fought, how it was won, and what it means today, so that all generations can understand the price of freedom and be inspired by what they learn.
As Mardi Gras kicks into high gear, LCMC Health is proud to continue its partnership with the City of New Orleans Health Department, providing first aid stations along the parade route. Our commitment to extraordinary care during Carnival season and every season helps ensure a safe and enjoyable experience for all. If serious medical attention is needed, don't hesitate to call 911 or visit the nearest hospital. At LCMC Health, we're committed to keeping you well and keeping the celebration safe and fun for everyone.
Welcome back, folks. I'm Alex Pomez here with Mr. Doug McCash. How you doing, Doug?
I'm doing very well.
Excellent, excellent. Glad you're here with us tonight. We've got 2 fantastic parades. We've got Proteus and Orpheus back-to-back, 2 big ones, two fan favorites.
And coming into the end of the Carnival season.
We're in the home stretch.
Yeah.
We're in the home stretch. If you're just joining us, the bad news is that due to some weather that's looking pretty bad, the schedule for tomorrow is kind of getting moved around. We're learning about it in real time as you are at home, so stick with us for updates. But Zulu and Rex are going to have abbreviated routes, as we understand.
Yes, indeed. No bands, no marching groups.
Yeah.
They're going to try to get the parades in while the weather holds, and we shall see that even that may be changing.
Yeah, it's a bummer, but it is what it is. Nothing we can do about the weather.
But tonight, in addition to all else, what you're going to see is a great old school parade, Proteus. The way the floats are built, the materials used, the way they're painted is very old fashioned, harking back to 19th century Carnival. And then when you see Orpheus, you're going to see basically a modern parade, a parade sort of in the mold of Bacchus or Endymion. They're each individual. But the brightly lit floats with mechanical
LEDs,
things, yes, and like that. And so that's one of the pleasures of tonight is to see. You'll be able to see in an evening how Mardi Gras has evolved over the years.
That's fantastic. I love it. Yeah, last night with Bacchus, there were even more than I remember, LED screens and fog machines and moving parts and animatronics. And it's exciting to see how things have evolved over the years. Even those little elements really change everything.
Yeah, I think one of the big changes in nighttime carnival has been lighted beads. Over the last, I'm not sure when lighted beads came in.
Yeah.
Détente was the first.
Okay.
And but certainly for the last 15 years, the look of an evening parade in New Orleans is now sort of it's as if fireflies were in the audience and flying.
It looks like everybody has glow sticks.
Yes.
Well,
like
and it's
sparks.
You mentioned light up beads, but last night we were catching light up hats, light up wigs. I mean, it doesn't just stop at beads. It was all kinds of stuff.
Yeah. During the Hermes parade, they throw light up wings that you can put on your head.
Yeah.
And as you look down the street, you can see hundreds of them disappearing into the distance. It's
pretty
beautiful.
incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah, when we were up here, you know, as it gets darker, you see it a straight shot all the way down the street, and everything is just lit up, and it's beautiful.
Yep.
It's really cool. So tell us a little bit about Proteus. Now, Proteus, more of an old school parade, you said.
Proteus is one of the older parades. Let me check and see if I can get this date correct.
We have a couple of cheat sheets here, folks.
Proteus was founded in 1882. It's a small parade. But to put that in perspective, the very first of the float parades in New Orleans was Comus in 1857. So what is that? Just a few years later, Proteus was on the streets. In between there was Rex in 1872. So Proteus represents one of the very first 19th century parades, and they stick to it largely. Very small floats, and typically lit by flambeau, which was before electricity. You'll see floats were lit with kerosene lamps and reflective metal. And even though we can do it much more easily these days, I think everybody would agree nothing compares to natural flames when it comes to lighting a float. Yeah.
Well, and you know, you said it earlier. We love to see the technology and the blinking lights, but it's nice to have a parade like Proteus as a juxtaposition.
Yeah, there are a few of them. Rex is one. And the Royal Artist tends to be the company that makes these parades. When they use old-fashioned techniques to get that look, and you'll see the difference. The other parade, Orpheus, is a Kern Studios parade, equally wonderful but modern
in a different way. Yeah, very exciting. Orpheus is one of my favorites. That's the one I possibly look forward to the most every year. I love it. I love the sights and the sounds. It's a beautiful parade.
Well, my goodness, it's one of the parades I rarely see.
Is it?
And I can't quite explain that, but I have rarely seen.
You would just have nice Lundi Gras plans,
or something, or something.
Are you prepping for tomorrow? Maybe.
Maybe so. Maybe that's it. Putting the last touches on the costume for Tuesday morning.
We're glad you're here with us tonight. It's going to be a fun night.
Yeah.
Arthur Hardy is going to give us a preview of Proteus, and we're going to be right back in a few minutes. So enjoy this video at home, folks, and we'll see you soon.
I'm Arthur Hardy, and I'm uptown at the super secret location of the den of the crew of Proteus. You know, hundreds of thousands of people see this wonderful parade each year on Lundi Gras at night, but I bet very few of them notice something that we're about to show you. Come on inside. We're here with you, Shelton. Tell me this most unusual job you have. What is it that you do,
Well, years ago, they came to us and they were having trouble with these wooden wheels on these floats.
Yeah.
And we started repairing them, and we had to actually build equipment to fix them. These are some pretty heavy-duty wheels.
How old do you think these wooden wheels are? They're so unique in all of Mardi Gras.
My guess is this is somewhere around 1900, could possibly be up to World War I.
Really?
The proper name for these wagons were drays, but a lot of them down here they would probably call cotton drays. That was the delivery trucks of the time.
And what's the challenge? I mean, there aren't many people in the whole world that can do this. What's the challenge of reconditioning these things every year?
The biggest thing that we run into is over the years, the old wheels, the wood had just gotten brittle and hard. So now we're completely rebuilding the hub, new spokes, everything new. And the biggest problem we had was this is 5/8 by 4-inch steel that we're rolling down to 34 inches to put on the outside of these things. And that has to be perfectly round.
What a challenge.
These wheels weigh a little over 200 pounds apiece.
Wow. I did a little research and noticed that you had to create your own piece of machinery in order to work with some of these hubs. Is that right?
In order to bore the hub, there's a tapered hole in there, and you have to stay on center. It's 12 inches long. And the actual boring machine that we use was patented in 1874. We modernized it a little bit. We don't turn it by hand anymore, but other than that, it's still the same machine.
I know wooden wheels don't give you the smooth ride that the rubber wheels do, but there's something neat about seeing these floats come down the street and they shimmy and shake.
That's what the Mardi Gras people tell me. They like to hear them rumbling and rattling and going down the old rough road there. That's what they like.
At one time, they were all wooden wheels. Now, not many crews are using it. I know Rex has a few, and of course, Proteus has the most. And it's just a really neat, nostalgic throwback to how it used to be.
Yeah, I think it's one of the best things they do, and he's trying to maintain that part of the history, and apparently they do too.
We're visiting with Noel Johnson, who's the spokesman for the crew of Proteus. One of my favorite parades, and I'm not just saying that because he's here. You know, Proteus is the 4th oldest carnival society, the 2nd oldest one parading, and the oldest night parade. It's special for so many reasons. But tell me a little bit about the history of Proteus. What makes it so special?
It's a great afternoon and day and night for Proteus. We're lucky author, we're 143 years old this year. Lundi Gras Day, I think you get the best of both worlds. You get Old Line in the early afternoon, evening, and then you get Orpheus, which is a great parade that night. Yes,
it really is.
It is.
You represent the classic old traditional style.
We do. We have the wooden wheels, the old carriages, the old paper mache, all hand done, nothing machinery. It's a great parade to look at.
What's your general overview of the state of Carnival? How is it?
I think Carnival is healthy as it's been since I've been involved with Mardi Gras. I think in 2024 there's something for everybody, whether it be a parade, all men, all women, mix, a marching group, a dancing group.
Yeah.
There's something for everybody to enjoy. I think it's a very, very healthy part of New Orleans. We love having it.
I excite. I unite. I flaunt. I haunt. I make stomachs growl and horns howl. I make your feet move and your heart stand still. I am New Orleans. I put your worries to bed and keep you up at night. I'm your town deep down. Come see me at neworleans.com.
Hi, I'm Jenny Painter. I am a patient navigator in the emergency department. The atmosphere of Mardi Gras, being with families, friends, making new friends, having fun and happiness, to me, that's what Mardi Gras is every year. I love to ride. I have ridden a few times, but I also like it when I have family members, like the next generation is in the ball. But if you were to ask my husband, he prefers being on the street with the parade. I've been fortunate to have been able to be a queen of 2 Mardi Gras balls. And in one of those, I didn't realize until the night of the parade that the person on the King's float was my father. So that's one of my most precious memories of Mardi Gras. I have a lot, but that's my favorite one.
I'm Cheryl Landrew.
And I'm Walter Isaacson.
And we would like to invite you to the New Orleans Book Festival at Tulane University.
The festival includes conversations and panels with best-selling authors and thinkers on a wide variety of topics.
This free 3-day gathering celebrates the rich literary history of one of the most storied cities in America, with authors coming from around the world.
Visit bookfest.tulane.edu for more information.
They were ordinary people, just like you and me, who never expected to find themselves like this. But they found courage. They found grit, grace. They found strength in each other. And in their stories, we find strength within. The National World War II Museum. Find the extraordinary inside.
I am cypress leaves, balconies, oak trees, harmony. I am New Orleans. I'm your town deep down. Come see me at neworleans.com.
No city is built to host like New Orleans, and New Orleans & Company is here to help. From world-class conferences to intimate business meetings, they make it easy to plan your meeting or event in a city that knows hospitality. Start planning at the New Orleans at neworleans.com.
Farm Bureau is the trusted voice of agriculture and the leading grassroots membership organization advocating for all farmers, ranchers, and rural communities, bringing together members at the county, state, and national levels to support one another and give back to our communities.
Named by TripAdvisor as the #1 attraction in New Orleans, the National World War II Museum tells the story of the American experience in the war that changed the world, why it was fought, how it was won, and what it means today, so that all generations can understand the price of freedom and be inspired by what they learn.
Get ready for Festival International de Louisiane, April 23rd through 27th in downtown Lafayette. Experience 5 days of world-class music, culture, and art, with hundreds of performers from 15 countries lighting up 7 stages across the city. Want the ultimate festival experience? Download the Festival Insider's Guide for itineraries, local tips, and must-see events. Plan your trip now. Download the Festival International Insider's Guide today.
Thank you to the 2025 NOLA.com Mardi Gras Parade Cam sponsor, 2 Lane Doctors. Whether you need a checkup or a new treatment, 2 Lane Doctors are dedicated to making healthcare simple, personal, and accessible for our community. For trusted, expert care, call 504-988-5000 to schedule an appointment with any 2 Lane Doctor today.
Parade safety tips from LCMC Health. Keep ladders safe. Always place it as far back from the street as the ladder is tall, and always have an adult standing on the back of the ladder while children are seated. Watch for flying throws. Keep your guard up for hard flying throws, and watch out for beads underfoot that can put children and adults at risk for falling. Stay a safe distance from floats. Never reach under a float or approach a float that is not fully stopped. Never follow behind floats or even bands. Welcome back, folks. If you're just joining us, I'm Alex Pomez here with Doug McCash. How you doing, Doug?
I'm doing very well.
We
Thank
are
you.
good. Glad to hear it. We are rolling with the punches here tonight, folks. We got Proteus and Orpheus coming up tonight, and here and there we'll also be dropping news about Zeus and Rex tomorrow, which may be changing because of the weather. But in the meantime, we're optimistic about tonight. We're going to have some fun. We were talking about Proteus a little bit earlier, and the juxtaposition of the 2 parades tonight, that Proteus is kind of an old school parade. Orpheus is a much more modern parade with LED and you know, what else?
All of those things, right. That's what you'll see.
Yeah.
You'll see a modern lighted parade.
Mm-hmm.
What's interesting is Proteus is equally lighted,
but
not in a modern way. From the start, carnival parades began before electricity.
Mm-hmm.
So from the start, they were lit by men carrying kerosene torches that were placed in front of reflective metal shields, and we call those flambeaux.
Mm-hmm.
And the flambeaux would surround the float, reflecting the light of the fire onto the float. Even though we can do it in a much more convenient way now, we've discovered over time that there's really nothing compares to that natural fire surrounding the float.
Yeah.
So tonight, while you're watching, see what you think. I think that flambeaux are here to stay. They're one of the best things.
Love it. They're such an iconic Mardi Gras site, and people always ask about them, especially folks at home watching on YouTube. We always get questions about the flambeaux in the YouTube comments, because I think most people, even if they're not here in New Orleans, they can wrap their brain around what a float is. They understand.
Sure.
But I think when they see the flambeaux walking down the street,
that's different.
What is that?
That's different. There's a lot. If you've never been to New Orleans for a carnival, there are a lot of difference between the float parades here and elsewhere in the country. Though I think elsewhere in the country they're picking up some of these customs too. But in New Orleans, probably since 1912, something like that, the Mardi Gras floats, the riders throw beads and other trinkets to the crowd. It changes everything about a parade. It becomes an activity more than just a spectator sport. There was a wonderful LSU professor named Lori Wilkie who called it the throwing game. And it's true. The moment you hear that, from then on out, you have to see it that way. When you're riding on a float, the trick is to put that bead right in the hands of the person that you want to receive it.
Yeah.
And when you're on the ground, it's to coax somebody to do the opposite and throw you the bead. Very much a game.
Yeah.
And you'll see that tonight as you watch the parade.
There's an element of athleticism to it. I've ridden Thank you. You're a writer. Is it wrote or written?
Yeah, but my grammar, that's what editors are for.
YouTube comments, let us know if it's wrote or written. I always get in trouble with this one during Mardi Gras. But I have written, says our director in my ear. Thank you. I've been in a few parades, and what I remember most vividly is the next day, my arm is just killing me. You don't realize it's like playing a sport all day long. It's like playing baseball or football, and the next morning, man, it's a little sore if you don't warm up.
That's it, and we probably should. Nobody does, warm up.
There should be a yoga class before you get on the float.
Hoisting a beer several
there
times
you go.
Would be the way to do
yes.
it. Well, funny, that ties in a way with what's going on right now in New Orleans, and there is bad weather on the way for Fat Tuesday, for Mardi Gras Day, and they've already decided to streamline the parades. They're going to take out the bands, take out the dancing groups, and so what you're going to have is just a freight train of floats going down the street. Now, what happens under those circumstances is you've got to throw a loud and fast.
Yeah.
Because
yeah.
it's just the nature of it. The parade's moving along, and you've got less time to throw a bunch of beads. And the way I know that is because that happened to our parade this year. King Arthur was one of those Sunday parades that got rained out
got
and
moved to Tuesday
a week ago.
Yeah.
And it was a little different experience.
I was up here for that.
Were you?
Yeah. It's so interesting. It's like so grateful that those parades still got to roll. Don't want to be negative about it at all, but it is a totally different experience when you take out the bands and the marching groups. It's great when the floats have a DJ or playing loud music, but having those gaps between the floats with no marching bands is a little eerie sometimes.
Everything was different for us because we usually roll in the day. And
that's
so
true.
It was a nighttime
that's
parade.
Right. Yeah.
And it was beautiful. I don't think anything compares. Really rolling through the city at night is just
it
fabulous.
Is
and it was faster.
Yeah.
Happily, the crowd stuck with us.
It was great. We were, like I said, I was up here and it was still packed. Like at the end of the day, we probably notice a difference because we sort of do this professionally, but people in the street don't care. They're just happy to, see some floats and get stuff.
Oh, it's just like what will happen tomorrow. They're happy to have had the parade.
Right.
And we were happy
in whatever
to have
capacity
gotten our opportunity.
Yes.
If it had to be streamlined.
It is what it is.
There you go.
We talked a little bit about Proteus. We showed a little video about Proteus. Now, after Proteus tonight, we were talking about it earlier. Proteus is a very old school parade. Orpheus is a very modern parade. We touched on a few things about Proteus, but can you tell us a little bit about Orpheus? What is the, some interesting history about Orpheus? What can we expect to see? Because Orpheus is a very young parade, right? Comparatively.
93, I think we have that in our notes.
1993,
and it was founded by, among others, Harry Connick Jr., the great musician.
Sonny Bory and Derek
pianist,
Franklin.
And Sonny Bory, a great theater name in New Orleans.
Yep.
And tonight is going to be great because the Grand Marshal, or they call it the Monarch, is Bianca Del Rio.
Winner of Drag Race.
Winner of Drag Race.
And also a hometown hero, I guess you should call it. Roy Haylock grew up here.
Grew up in Gretna.
Yeah.
And I got to speak to Roy in preparation for his role, and it's just hilarious. He is a fabulous comedian.
Yes.
No barriers, no.
Oh, if you've never seen Roy as Bianca Del Rio live, it is an incredible experience. I mean, he's a drag queen, but I would say borderline roast comedian.
Absolutely.
I would say modeled more after Don Rickles than another drag queen. I mean, she is fantastic.
Just fantastic.
And also, I think once Bianca gets off of the float, if I'm not mistaken, Bianca is then going to go up on stage at the Orpheuscapade and MC some of the ball.
I know that is true. I just don't know when the Orpheus escapade. I can't think of what I can't spit it out. When their big party is.
Yes. Yeah.
I got to talk to. I had known of Roy Haylock as a costumer Back when I sat
So,
near
me too.
I sat near the theater critic David Cuthbert, and I came to know that name.
Yes.
And like that, and then suddenly there was a Bianca Del Rio who was working on Bourbon Street as an entertainer and hosting the Bourbon Street Awards costume contest, and was hilarious. So I finally got to talk to Roy, Bianca, and it was great. Roy was a kid in Gretna.
Yeah.
Got interested in the theater in high school and in costuming. Was already doing costuming as a teenager, as a kid. Got introduced to the New Orleans theater scene, which is a very lively, a very lively hometown theater scene. Started doing costuming like that, and then was in a show called Pageant.
Yes.
At the Contemporary Arts Center. You know all this.
Yeah, so my background, Doug and I don't know each other too well, other than in passing for these kind of things. Doug, I went to NOCA for musical theater, and I did a high school production of Midsummer Night's Dream at Mount Carmel, which Roy costumed.
No kidding.
And then a few years later, I did Grease at Le Petit, and Roy played, forget the character's name, Roy played if you're familiar with Grease, Roy played the judge of the dance contest towards the end, who is kind of a character who gets to roast a little bit the characters in the audience. And so we did that together. So I haven't kept in touch with him too much, but we crossed paths a bunch when we were younger. So anyway, not to cut you off, but we go way back.
Oh,
yeah.
Cut me off.
So I'm familiar.
Cut me off any old time.
David Cuthbert is an old friend. We've known he was one of the first I don't know, people I got to know really well in the New Orleans theater community, when I was much younger. So all these names I know them well.
David Cuthbert is just flat hilarious.
He is. Yes.
I would hear him receive a phone call about a casting call or something and be in stitches by the end.
Yeah, I believe it. So folks, Orpheus is going to be a lot of fun tonight. Thank you to Doug for letting us know about all this information. It's going to be a fantastic night. We're excited to see Bianca Del Rio. We have a little behind the scenes video about Orpheus that we're going to show you. Please stick around. We'll be here when you get back. Thanks, y'all.
Well, we started in 1993. Harry Connick and I talk from time to time, and he called me one day around lunchtime, and he said, Sonny, why don't we think about starting a parade on the Monday night before Mardi Gras, and a parade that just includes everyone, men, women, people of all goodwill. And I said, Harry, do you realize the undertaking this would be? And he said, yes, I do. He said, but I know we could do it together.
Orpheus was basically the god of music, so to speak. He played the lyre beautifully enough to be able to move trees. But with Harry Connick having been the inspiration behind it, he wanted, first of all, include everybody. No exclusions, anybody could ride. And he wanted to celebrate New Orleans and its music. Keep people in town for, a few extra days. And so that's where the inspiration came.
I think at its core, Mardi Gras means family. It means culture, it means tradition. Specifically with Orpheus, I think it means camaraderie and just coming together to celebrate what has been such an amazing piece of this incredible city for so many years. We were officially formed or founded in 1993, and we first rolled in 1994.
We have upwards of 35 floats in our parade. The important ones, the key ones are Leviathan, which is a grand sea dragon, which is a beautiful three-part float with moving head and moving tails, smoke coming out its mouth. It's really quite an impressive sight as it turns a corner during the night, all lit up. My favorite, Smoky Mary. It's a beautiful train celebrating the actual Smoky Mary that used to ride out of New Orleans. It is, Smoky Mary is 8 cars long. The lighting on it is spectacular. Smoke comes out the stack. It has a train whistle, and it is also, it's got to be the most impressive float.
We assist or contribute to a lot of charities and foundations throughout the year. Some of the more notable may be Rodrigue Foundation, Yaya, Crews for Carnival's First Responders, which we were one of the founding crews on, as well as we also assist with various high schools and elementary schools by donating things such as ball tickets and rides in our future parades.
Our most iconic signature throw is our doubloons. Our doubloons, sometimes I jokingly call them coasters because they're so large. And we have two. We have the large silver one, which denotes the theme of the parade of the year. And then we have one that looks like a record, shaped like a record. It's gold, and it always has our music legend on it. Our Orpheus monarchs are varied. We've had Whoopi Goldberg, Stevie Wonder, Glenn Close. What else is unique about Orpheus monarchs is that we usually have 2 to 3 every year. And the most famous monarch that we had is Harry Connick Jr.
The importance of Mardi Gras in the city, and we talk about it as an economic driver, which it is. But the people that do this don't do it for the economy. They do it for joy that they bring to people. I mean, just watching, whether it's a little girl or a man or your grandfather out there catching these throws and how excited they are to catch these beads, just to see you, to the riders and watching how much fun they have, just being able to give that joy. I mean, we all have tough times in our lives, especially right now. And to be able to go out there and mix and mingle with everybody. I mean, you're not standing in a crowd of all the same people. You're a mixed crowd. And that's what it's really all about, is being able to get out there, enjoy those friendships, make new friends. That's what it's about. It's that joy, sharing and being part of an entire community.
I am cypress leaves, balconies, oak trees, harmony. I am jam sessions, history lessons, artistic expression, the occasional confession. I am New Orleans. I'm your town deep down. Come see me at neworleans.com.
Farmers are always there for each other. We shed tears together. We celebrate together, but we also grow together. Farm Bureau is the largest general farm organization in the country. We have the farmers' back. If you're a farmer and you're not a member, we would welcome you into our Farm Bureau family. And if you want to know more about agriculture, come be part of this great family.
They were ordinary people, just like you and me, who never expected to find themselves like this. But they found courage. They found grit, grace. They found strength in each other. And in their stories, we find strength within. The National World War II Museum. Find the extraordinary inside.
At Two Lane Doctors, we made booking appointments easier than ever.
To schedule with any physician, whether at East Jefferson or one of our other locations.
Just dial 988-5000.
When you see the shield, you'll know.
The future of medicine is here.
I make your feet move and your heart stand still. I am New Orleans. I'm your town deep down. Come see me at neworleans.com.
Shout out to New Orleans and Company for working year-round to make New Orleans a better place to live, work, and visit. Learn more about their impact and how tourism benefits our community at neworleansandcompany.com.
Open daily from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., the National World War II Museum features immersive exhibits, multimedia experiences, and an expansive collection of artifacts and first-person oral histories, taking visitors inside the story of World War II.
For over 30 years, the Louisiana Lottery Corporation has delivered on its mission to maximize state revenue. Last fiscal year was our second best ever, transferring more than $205 million to the state to benefit K-12 public education in Louisiana. Lottery customers can expect even more great games, better technology-based solutions, and experiences like second chance promotions, brand alliances, and prize-winning opportunities as we head into the new year. Recognized as leading one of the most fiscally efficient lotteries in the nation, the Louisiana Lottery is proud of our mission-driven, innovative workforce, as well as the 2,800 Louisiana businesses that sell our games and enthusiastically serve our players. The future is bright at the Louisiana Lottery, and this gives us a reason to smile in 2025.
Rock the Country 2025, a festival for we the people, is coming to 9 small towns, bringing 9 massive shows. Don't miss Kid Rock and Nickelback headlining each city with additional performances varying by market from Hank Williams Jr., Leonard Skinner, Gavin Adcock, Travis Tritt, Aaron Lewis, Treaty Oak Revival, Ella Langley, Old 60, Upchurch, and many more. Get tickets now at rockthecountry.com.
For over 55 years, Mignon Faget artisans have designed jewelry and glassware reflecting the history, nature, and architecture of New Orleans, and handcrafted them in their Magazine Street studio. Visit their Magazine Street gallery right off the parade route at Lakeside Shopping Center or at the Mall of Louisiana, and always online at mignonfaget.com.
This is a parade safety tip from LCMC Health. Keep ladders safe. Always place the ladder as far back from the street as the ladder is tall, and always have an adult standing on the back of the ladder while children are seated. Watch for flying throws. Keep your guard up for hard flying throws. Watch out for beads underfoot that can put children and adults at risk for falling. Stay a safe distance from floats. Never reach under a float or approach a float that is not fully stopped. Never follow behind floats or even bands.
Welcome back, folks. If you're just joining us, I'm Alex Pomez here with Mr. Doug McCash. How you doing, Doug?
I'm doing very well. How about you, Alex?
We are having fun already. The first parade tonight, Proteus is booking it. They are on their way here. Last time we checked, they are still on the other side of the interstate. If you're not familiar with New Orleans geography, the I-10 is behind us. The parades traditionally come from uptown and then go down St. Charles, and ahead of us is the Central Business District and the French Quarter. We are technically in the Central Business District, Warehouse District. Yeah, so we're going to see 2 parades tonight, Proteus and Orpheus. It's going to be a really fun night. Doug was explaining earlier that Proteus is more of an old school parade. Orpheus is more of a modern parade, and you'll see what that means in a little bit. You know, the Proteus parade follows a lot of more old school traditions. They have wooden wheels on their floats. You can hear them clack. You can hear them make noise as they go down the street. And we saw that in the Arthur Hardy video earlier. Orpheus is going to have a lot of LED lights and blinking things, and I'm going to guess some fog machines and things like that. A lot more modern parade. We have a lot of signature throws we're trying to catch tonight. If this is your first Mardi Gras, each parade has its own signature throws. So tonight, for Crew of Proteus, the first parade tonight, here's what we're trying to catch. Some LED flambeaus, seahorse beads, red socks, love when they throw socks, tridents, towels, plush seahorses, and red doubloons.
Excellent.
Those are our signature throws for Proteus tonight. The theme tonight for Proteus is seafaring scoundrels. So I'm assuming we're going to see a lot of pirates.
We're going to see pirates.
That's my guess. There are 200.
Spoiler alert.
Spoiler alert. Spoiler alert that seafaring scoundrels probably means pirates. There's 230 riders in Proteus, 20 floats, and 34 horse-riding lieutenants. So 230 riders, it sounds like a lot, but in the grand scheme of things, it's really not.
It's a very small parade. Orpheus is 6 times as big.
That's correct. Orpheus is 1,500 members.
If you can rely on my arithmetic.
It checks out. That works for me. So Proteus is comparably small. And then we had one yesterday. Was it Toth that had... it was also like 1,300, something like that.
Yes, the large parades, and that's a modern evolution also.
Right.
The older parades stayed small. The newer parades that popped up in the 1960s, Endymion and Bacchus, sort of led the charge into a bigger carnival.
And then that led to parades like Orpheus, which started in '93. We were talking about earlier. Yeah. So it's fun to see the spectrum of parades that are over 100 years old, and then parades that were started in the 90s.
Right.
Yeah, love it, love it. 34 horse-riding lieutenants, so that's going to be fun. They always have fantastic costumes. Now, this is interesting. The queen is selected from the court of debutantes presented at the ball. That's not always how it works. Sometimes the queens are hand-selected before that, right? Sometimes it's passed down generationally, excuse me, right? So there's a lot of interesting traditions that change in all these different parades. I know sometimes it's kind of randomly selected at the ball. There was a parade yesterday. Excuse me, it's all a blur every day. There was a parade yesterday where our little cheat sheet said that the queen was selected randomly at the ball. Yeah, almost like it was a lottery.
It sounds like it.
Yeah, very, very interesting. So Krewe of Proteus was founded in 1882, and they are lighting up the night with flambeaus tonight. You were explaining earlier that way back in the day, 100 years ago, because there were no electric lights, they used the flambeaus to light the floats, and you're going to see them tonight, folks. The flambeaus are essentially gas-powered, what do you even call that? It's a gas-powered stick with flames coming out the top, more or less.
Look at the top of the stick, and you'll see a can. That can is filled with kerosene, and it drips by gravity down the pipes and comes out on those little burners. That's all there is to it. And you'll see from time to time that if a burner goes out, it's a very low-tech solution. You lean into another flambeau and relight it. And the sheet of metal behind the flames is what's supposed to reflect the light onto the float. Very primitive. Works very well.
And obviously because of street lighting, we don't need them anymore today.
Right.
But I think people would miss them if they went away. They're such an iconic Mardi Gras site.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And even well-lit, well-electrified parades still use flambeau.
Even though we don't need them for the floats, it's almost fun to just see them light themselves.
Yes.
As their own entity moving down the street.
Well, here's a piece of trivia for you.
Please, love it.
The first electrically lit Mardi Gras parade was in 1913. I can't think of the name of it right now. But
somebody at home with Google, 1913, you said?
1913, but get this.
That seems early.
They towed along their own dynamo, their own generator to create the electricity, and the marchers in the parade wore light bulbs on top of their heads. I'm not making this up.
That's fantastic.
And they were connected by wires that went from one head to the next, to the next, to the next, back to the dynamo.
So if one guy fell over.
It's like Christmas lights.
That's been, I had no idea.
And it sounds so safe.
And I bet this was before they had regulations where they had to be tied down to the float and all that stuff, right?
Yeah. I don't know about the float. I don't even know if this parade had floats.
Oh, okay.
This was mainly marchers, I think.
Oh, I see.
But
okay.
nonetheless,
interesting.
Give me a big light bulb on the head.
I mean, it sounds like a really cool costume. The only part that concerns me is that I'm tied to somebody else who's probably been drinking all day, right?
and that makes two of you, so that's a problem.
Because if one guy goes down, we're all going down. I love it. So again, the theme tonight is seafaring scoundrels. We got a preview of a few of the floats we're going to see. Blackbeard's Ghost, Barataria Pirates.
There you go.
Mermaid's Grotto, and Davy Jones' Locker are just a few of the floats we're going to see tonight.
Yeah.
A lot of sea stuff. It's going to be fun tonight. So the crew's namesake is Proteus, who is the old man of the sea and the shepherd of the sea's flocks in Greek mythology.
Yes, why? And that is why we're going to catch seahorses.
Oh, yeah.
And why we're going to catch tridents, because
Love
those
it.
would be Proteus symbols.
Love it.
We have, in New Orleans, everybody loves pirates, of course, all around the world. But in New Orleans, we have a special affection for them because they helped us achieve independence from the British.
That's right.
Back when. They threw in with the Americans to
and a lot of
to
them
fight off.
A lot of them spent a lot of time in the border.
Apparently so. And who wouldn't? And
Right.
who wouldn't?
Right.
But no more than probably 20 minutes from here.
That's
was
true.
The Battle of New Orleans,
Yes.
where the pirates.
I knew exactly where you were going with that.
Threw in with Andy Jackson and beat the bloody British in the town of New Orleans, as the song tells us.
Love it. We are getting the word that the parade is at St. Charles and Clio, right on the other side of the interstate behind us, folks. We are going to take a break. The parade will be here before you know it, and we'll drop a few more trivia facts on you before it gets here. So stay tuned. We'll be right back.
I excite. I unite. I flaunt. I haunt. I make stomachs growl and horns high. I make your feet move and your heart stand still. I am New Orleans. I put your worries to bed and keep you up at night. I'm your town deep down. Come see me at neworleans.com.
Hi, my name's Ashley Robinson, and I'm a member of the Mystic Crew of Femme Fatale. Mardi Gras brings everyone together. The atmosphere is just filled with so much excitement, joy. But my most favorite thing I love is Parade Day. I feel like a celebrity for the day. Everybody's looking at me. They want things from me. It just fills my heart. People make signs, they have horns, they have different things just to get your attention. For me, it's really no aim. I'm just having a good time. I love riding in Femme Fatale because it's more than a Mardi Gras crew. We give back. We don't just celebrate the Mardi Gras season. It's all year round that we have functions, and we're always looking to who has the biggest needs and where could we maximize that the most. It just feels so good being around so many empowering women that you can look up to, grow, and learn from.
I'm Cheryl Landrew.
And I'm Walter Isaacson.
And we would like to invite you to the New Orleans Book Festival at Tulane University.
The festival includes conversations and panels with best-selling authors and thinkers on a wide variety of topics.
This free 3-day gathering celebrates the rich literary history of one of the most storied cities in America, with authors coming from around the world.
Visit bookfest.tulane.edu for more information.
They were ordinary people, just like you and me, who never expected to find themselves like this. But they found courage. They found grit, grace. They found strength in each other. And in their stories, we find strength within. The National World War II Museum. Find the extraordinary inside.
I am cypress leaves, balconies, oak trees, harmony. I am New Orleans. I'm your town deep down. Come see me at neworleans.com.
The Farm Bureau is the trusted voice of agriculture and the leading grassroots membership organization advocating for all farmers, ranchers, and rural communities, bringing together members at the country, state, and national levels to support one another and give back to our communities.
The Jefferson Parish Public Library System consists of 16 locations that stretch from the Lakeshore branch in Metairie on the edge of Lake Pontchartrain to the Grand Isle branch just steps away from the Gulf beaches. Visit any of their facilities or log onto jplibrary.net to take advantage of a wide range of digital services, from ebooks and audiobooks to online homework tutoring and free magazine subscriptions. 2-week checkouts of countertop kitchen appliances, musical instruments, and sports equipment are now available as part of JPL's new Library of Things. Before you grab your credit card, grab your library card and discover how the library can improve your quality of life while saving you money.
No city brings people together like New Orleans. And New Orleans & Company makes planning your wedding, reunion, or group travel easier than ever. Find everything you need at neworleans.com.
Get ready for Festival International de Louisiane, April 23rd through 27th in downtown Lafayette. Experience 5 days of world-class music, culture, and art with hundreds of performers from 15 countries lighting up 7 stages across the city. Want the ultimate festival experience? Download the Festival Insider's Guide for itineraries, local tips, and must-see events. Plan your trip now. Download the Festival International Insider's Guide today.
Named by TripAdvisor as the #1 attraction in New Orleans, the National World War II Museum tells the story of the American experience in the war that changed the world, why it was fought, how it was won, and what it means today, so that all generations can understand the price of freedom and be inspired by what they learned.
As Mardi Gras kicks into high gear, LCMC Health is proud to continue its partnership with the City of New Orleans Health Department, providing first aid stations along the parade route. Our commitment to extraordinary care during carnival season and every season helps ensure a safe and enjoyable experience for all. If serious medical attention is needed, don't hesitate to call 911 or visit the nearest hospital. At LCMC Health, we're committed to keeping you well and keeping the celebration safe and fun for everyone. Welcome back, folks. I'm Alex Pomez here with Doug McCash. We thought we had a few more minutes to kill, and we were going to talk about Orpheus, but I think the parade's here. I see flambeaus in the distance. We've been talking a lot about flambeaus tonight because people are always curious about those, and there they are. So this is the front of the parade. That's exciting. They move faster than I thought they would. They are booking it. So here we go. So just as a quick refresher, Crew of Proteus tonight. Seafaring Scoundrels is the theme. 230 riders, 20 floats. We're going to try to catch LED flambeaus, seahorse beads, red socks, tridents, towels, plush seahorses, and red doubloons. Doubloons, something we haven't touched on yet, which are a very popular throw. Each parade has its own custom doubloon, remade every year.
Yes.
Right. And these are something that people kind of scramble to get. They're kind of a collector's item for a lot of people.
Yeah, and they're difficult to get. They're difficult to catch. Doubloons came into being in 1960.
Oh, that recently.
Before doubloons, there was only one throw that you could tell which parade it came from, and that was the Zulu coconut. Everything else were small toys and costume jewelry, generic. But then in 1960, someone proposed to the Rex organization that they mint their own money. Perfect for the king to toss doubloons to the crowd.
Interesting.
And it was the only throw that told you what year and what parade it came from. Well, that was irresistible. It's
and then
just
everyone
human
did it.
nature. You need now to collect them, and you need now to right.
That's so interesting. In the 1960s, I would have thought it had been around a lot longer than that. That's very interesting.
Yeah, there's some. Someone will tell you that there were wooden doubloons before that, but basically
what they are today.
Basically what they are today started then.
Very interesting. Yeah. We were saying this earlier, folks. We're going to hit you with a few more of the same facts in case you're just joining us. The crew's namesake, Proteus, is the old man of the sea and the shepherd of the sea's flocks in Greek mythology. Now, this is interesting. The king of Proteus, their identity remains a mystery until the parade. So we see a lot of that in some parades where sometimes the king is announced ahead of time and it's a prominent person in local business or government, but then sometimes we don't know who it is at all. It's remained a mystery until,
and you never know
the last minute
who it is. Like the dictator of coup d'etat, you're never supposed to know.
Oh, they never even tell you after?
I don't think so.
Oh, wow. Okay, interesting. Yeah. Oh, here we go. Here are the flambeaus you're seeing on your screen, and here are the horse-riding lieutenants. They always have some of my favorite costumes, the horse-riding lieutenants.
And those look very much like they did at, in the 19th century. If we could go back to the 1890s, look very much the same.
So that hasn't changed much. Oh, look, we got a pirate.
The lieutenants typically are the ones who paid for the parade. Helped underwrite the parade. There's lots of ways to pay for the parade, but they would have been contributors to the parade.
That and a lot of parades have captains.
Right.
Is my assumption correct in saying that the captains are usually the organizers, kind of the administrative people behind the parades?
That's my understanding too.
Cool.
So we're both wrong.
Yeah. I'm just up here taking educated guesses.
But the king is a ceremonial position. The captain is the one in charge of logistics.
That makes sense.
And all of that. So
Love
here's
it.
what I've got here. There's another New Orleans custom that I'm not sure anyone else does. But we put what are called bulletins in the newspaper on the mornings of parades that are a preview of the parade.
And you say we, you mean NOLA.com and the Times-Picayune?
I meant the newspaper that employs me does this thing and has for more than 100 years, I think.
Now, a lot of people are watching this through NOLA.com. NOLA.com and the Times-Picayune are sort of brother, sister businesses, whatever you want to call it. So
NOLA.com is the digital arm of the Times-Picayune.
Great.
Right. So this gives you a preview, and happily, it lets us follow along easily, and I'll try to fill in the blanks as we go.
And here is the Marine Corps band. We're going to listen as they get closer.
And more lieutenants passing by.
Folks in the YouTube comments, we love to see where you are watching from. I see a Huntsville, Alabama. Thanks for tuning in, y'all. Let us know where you're watching from.
Somebody watching, please tell me, in Roman numerals, CXLIV is what number? CXLIV. The reason I mention it is Proteus CXLIV is on the way.
I wish I was better at Roman numerals. It's been a while.
Thousands of years.
Okay, here we go. As it Leela says 144.
Thank you, Leela. This is Proteus riding in a shell like Botticelli's Venus.
Uh-oh, Laura Holland. Oh, somebody says 159. Okay, so now there's some debate going on about what it actually is. So
not a lot of Romans out there, apparently.
You guys get it together. Let us know if there's a consensus. I need you all to get on the same page, and then I'll look at that answer.
Proteus being towed along by 3 beautiful seahorses. Wonderful float.
Somebody watching, we got a Peshtigo, Wisconsin, Tazewell, Virginia, Southern California desert. We got a Portugal. Hello, Portugal. Sugarland, Texas, Sullivan, Maine, Cleveland, Princeton, New Jersey, Michigan, Willamette Valley, Oregon. Here comes the Warren Easton Marching Band.
The Warren Easton Charter School Marching Band on the way, and they're going to play right now.
All right, Warren Easton. We wanted to mention that you probably saw on the front banner that Warren Easton was carrying. The banner has a reference to Caleb Wilson, who is a young man who passed away recently. He went to high school at Warren Easton, and then he went to college at Southern. And both marching groups, I don't know if we're going to see Southern tonight, but last night both marching groups were wearing black sashes in honor of Caleb Wilson, one of their recently passed away band members. So yes, so we love to see that tribute to him. Our condolences to his family and friends, and it's a wonderful tribute that both his high school and his college are doing here during Mardi Gras.
And as you're watching, you're seeing the approach of the tidal float, seafaring scoundrels with Proteus himself in the lead, great triton in his hand, beautiful strange fish on the side of the float, the sort of thing you would have seen at the edges of a medieval map.
Is he holding a seal?
Holding a seal.
The sculpture in the front, yeah.
Notice the glinting foil and the additions to the float are meant to twitch as they go down the street on those steel wheels, those wooden steel-rimmed wheels.
That's right. Now, before tractors, I assume these were all pulled by horses.
Horses or
right?
mules, yes.
Horses or mules, yeah.
There's still at least one float that is pulled by mules. Krewe in the French
Oh,
Quarter.
that's right. Yes,
Pulled
that's right.
by mules.
Here is Martin Luther King Junior High School Marching Band.
Imagine the thrill being a high school kid and marching in the midst of this crowd.
Yeah, wild. What's crazy to me is that some of the marching bands who aren't from here, this is their first experience.
Yes,
is
imagine.
Marching. That must be wild.
And of course, a big brass marching band is splendid in an open field, but when it gets between two buildings like this, that is particularly
totally different experience.
Particularly wonderful. Some argue that the bands marching night after night during Mardi Gras is why New Orleans produces such wonderful musicians over time. Last week, Alex and I discovered that if you even whisper that you think that the band is going to play as they pass, they won't. So the important thing is never to suggest that they will. And
Don't
in
jinx
fact,
it.
It's even better if you're pessimistic.
Fantastic, we'll do.
All right. Float number 3, 1881, the Dawn of Proteus. Marvelous rainbow fish.
Yeah, I want to mention a lot of people in the YouTube comments sometimes get upset when the bands don't play right here for us. The truth is that we don't have a lot of control over it. The bands are kind of doing their own thing.
certainly well lit, but just as reliant on the painting and the gold foil and everything. That's the older style.
Beautiful.
And the next float, number 4, I wasn't familiar with this seagoing scoundrel, Timor Tom.
Timor Tom.
Apparently a whale.
Okay.
That had it in for whalers, which is only fair.
Okay. I didn't know Moby Dick had competition.
Well, that's it. I knew Moby Dick, of course. But
right.
Timor Tom, I'll never forget. And here he is. Wonderful float.
Maybe they couldn't get the rights to Moby Dick.
The lighted snout of the great whale. Oh, yes!
Oh, nice.
Oh, nice. Oh, that's a good thing. I've got a Proteus rubber cup.
That's pretty cool.
That is excellent. I have never seen one of these. Just
yeah,
the
me neither.
Soft,
that's interesting.
A soft cup. That's great.
When
we will show you all the things we catch.
Yeah, when we have a break in a little bit, folks, you're going to see all the fun stuff that
a little bit
ends up here.
And here comes another band, and Alex, I don't think they're going to play anywhere near us.
That is probably true.
Not within a block.
In fact, I hope they don't.
Okay.
This is the Roots of Music Marching Band, or the Marching Crusaders, I should say, from right here in New Orleans.
They may have walked 3.5 miles by now, more or less.
Oh yeah.
And this may be their third or fourth parade. You
never
know.
Uh-huh. Somebody.
That sounds right.
34. So on average, we've heard that it's about 34 miles per Mardi Gras season for some of these bands. All their parades, so that's about 8 parades, I think.
Oh, yes. We're probably going to be at a pause for a few minutes because as the parade approaches Gallier Hall, the old City Hall of New Orleans, 19th century City Hall, they pause for a toast with the mayor and other dignitaries. And so you can predict that the parades will slow. But in the meantime, we're going to be able to hear the band.
All right, there's my mic. Welcome, folks. If you're just joining us, I'm Alex Pomez here with Doug McCash, and we are knee-deep in the first parade tonight, Proteus, with Orpheus hot on its heels right behind. We've seen some great floats, some great bands so far. Thanks for watching. Please stick with us all night. How you doing so far, Doug?
I'm doing great.
I'm taking the liberty to open the first thing we caught tonight, that you caught tonight, which is a rubber Proteus cup. This is pretty cool.
It's wonderful.
And like high quality.
There's a move in carnival parades to throw things that are usable, things that you might take home and use again. And this is Proteus's entry in that.
That's a go cup right there.
That's a wonderful go cup.
That's a wine go cup. Yeah,
I like it.
yeah. Folks, we also want to give you an update, a reminder update that tomorrow, Fat Tuesday, traditionally there's two parades, Zulu and Rex, back to back early in the morning. Due to some inclement weather, the parades are going to have a shorter route, and the saddest news, unfortunately, is that Rex is not going to pass here. So the live stream that we do tomorrow is just going to be Zulu. We are grateful, nonetheless, that we're going to get to see Zulu tomorrow. Unfortunately, there's nothing we can do about the weather. I think the city's a little concerned about safety. There's supposed to be 50-mile-an-hour winds, which is is that rare for New Orleans at this time of the year? That's pretty wild, 50-mile-an-hour winds. I can't remember a Mardi Gras when that's happened in the past. So we're getting news updates in real time. So thanks for bearing with us. Of course, anything could change. If we're lucky, no wind. But we're going to see what happens.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. Next float coming up, y'all,
is number 5, Blackbeard's Ghost. And it's a macabre float with a beheaded ghost. Apparently, Blackbeard, a North Carolinian pirate, was captured, and what happened to him is what happened to pirates back then when they were captured. And yet, he's still among us.
He looks fantastic.
And he looks fantastic. Throw me something, mister! All right! Whoa! Thank you! Oh, we got pelted with beans. Pelted.
This is the Just Doing It band.
Float number 6 is Superstitions. There's no one more superstitious than a sailor trusting his life to the sea. We see a horseshoe, of course, with the ends pointed up to collect the luck. We see a black cat, which would be the opposite, sighting a mermaid, and a great white shark at the front, which isn't exactly a superstition. It's a real threat.
Quick shout out to my cousin Jean Casanova and my Aunt Pam. How y'all doing? I'm getting texts from them saying they're watching. Love y'all. Good to hear from you.
You'll notice as Proteus passes by, and Orpheus too, that one of the traditions within the float building tradition is to coat the floats with flowers, as if they were a bouquet. But then the flowers become other things. In this case, you see bluebirds inside of the flowers that are like waves, and bluebirds are presumably a sign of good luck. Float number 6, Sailors' Superstitions. Thank you.
Oh, you caught another one of those
got
cups.
Now we both have one.
Love it.
Now we both have one.
Now we need somebody to bring us some wine to put in it. This is Benjamin Franklin High School Marching Band. Sorry, y'all. I think I may have misspoken earlier. I said high school, but I think this is a middle school. Either way, they sound great.
Float number 7, the Mermaid's Grotto, is on the way. Once again, beautiful carving, beautiful color, wonderful paint. And notice the elements of the floats that are supposed to move. Throw me something, mister. Whoa, thank you. All right. Alex, we've got seahorse socks.
One of their signature throws tonight. Apparently, we are on the big screen at Silk Road Restaurant and Wine Bar in the Marigny. Hello to everyone watching.
Hello, everybody.
I think they're playing a drinking game with us. This is Walter Cohen High School going by right now.
Float number 8 approaching, the Barataria Pirates, and these are our own pirates. These are New Orleans pirates who helped fend off the British invasion at the Battle of New Orleans.
Hello, guys.
socks.
All right.
Alex, we can both wear socks
All
now.
right. Love those practical throws. Pierre Capto Charter School in these fantastic blue uniforms.
Float number 9, the Flying Dutchman is approaching. The Flying Dutchman was a ghost ship. The lost souls, sailors on the Flying Dutchman would call out to passing ships. Hey! Throw me something! Yes! I got a whole bundle of beads.
Whole bunch of beads.
All right. All right. Yes, float number 10, Libertalia, a fantastical place that is a pirate's refuge on the high seas. A tropical paradise, obviously. More socks. No, wait,
right.
Wait.
What is that?
We've got a seahorse ice cube maker, I think.
Oh, interesting.
I love it.
Cool. And then right after this float is the Bel Air High School Marching Band from Baton Rouge.
Here's a quiz for you, Alex. Who do you think was the first person to throw trinkets to a crowd from a Mardi Gras parade?
Oh, wow. Person or which crew?
Person.
Well, I don't know.
I'll tell you.
Please.
It was Santa Claus, maybe.
Oh,
In
okay.
1871, in a parade called the 12th Night Revelers.
Okay.
The last float was the jolly old elf Santa carrying a basket of small toys that were meant to advertise a local Canal Street department store. And they were tossed to the crowd, 1871. And I think, many people think that inspired the custom, but I think the year was significant because there were young men in the crowd who by 1872 would form reps.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense. So they saw it, took it, ran with it.
Yes, that's my belief.
That makes sense. Santa also, that makes sense because the idea of throwing gifts to the crowd.
Absolutely.
Right. Makes total sense. Love it.
Once you see how much the crowd appreciates it, you might want to incorporate it into your parade.
That's right.
Into your future parade.
That's right. Those kids at that parade saw people foaming at the mouth for stuff being tossed at them.
That, I think, is probably the case. Now, this is just by imagining. You can't find an old newspaper story that says so, but I think it's true. And
you know, unless Arthur Hardy parachutes in and says you're wrong, I'm going with it.
Arthur would never do that. He's a very polite person. He's a very polite person. So by the end of the 1800s, we had people throwing trinkets from floats. We can be pretty sure about that.
Mm-hmm.
And by 1912, in the newspaper, is the first appearance of the word beads being thrown from a
Amazing.
float. Yeah.
Very cool.
A little earlier than most people think.
Okay.
Okay. Let's hope the band doesn't play. Oh.
This is the Royal Artist Support Vehicle. Now, earlier you were talking about how Royal Artists do a lot of the designs of these floats because this is, they kind of specialize in the, what do you want to call it, the old school parade designs?
Exactly. They specialize in an older style, an older aesthetic, just as wonderful as the modern parades.
And then the flip side of that coin, who does the more modern ones? Is that Blaine Kern Studios?
And others, and there are other builders in town as well. And,
Okay.
and it's a spectrum. They all have modern, features and old-fashioned features. But basically,
makes sense.
And this is a king cake baby for those from out of town.
Yes.
When you get a king cake, which is our customary pastry during Carnival. You slice up the king cake, and in one of the pieces, there's going to be a hidden baby. And whoever gets the king cake baby has to buy the next cake. That's the custom.
And you leave the knife in the box. Oh, this is cool. I like this one. Float 11, the Kraken. I love this diver getting attacked by the tentacles. That's really cool.
Most horrifying thing about the Kraken is that it's real.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, giant squids once in a while will get hungry.
And that's where we get calamari from.
That's calamari's revenge, right? All hail Royal Artists. Wonderful job. Yay!
Oh, good catch.
The Kraken. wonderful float.
That's a really cool design.
Wonderful. Oh, thank you. Oh no! We had more socks, but they went down the crack and they're gone. Right, went down the crack, that's right.
Right after this float, we're going to see Kirby High Marching Band from Memphis. Sometimes we get marching bands from other cities, other states. And that's really exciting. We get, other families, other schools coming in town. They get to experience Mardi Gras. We get to experience some bands from other places. Great trade for everybody.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Wonderful. That was a theme from Treme, a television series that had to do with the post-Katrina recovery era. One of the symbols of New Orleans, one of the many symbols, right up there with a horn player or a riverboat, is a plastic Mardi Gras bead, shiny beads. The funny thing about that is, one of our symbols, the beads, has never come from within 5,000 miles of New Orleans. They came from Venice. They came from Czechoslovakia, what became Czechoslovakia. They came from Japan and Hong Kong, but they've never come from near here. So in addition to everything else that Mardi Gras beads are, they're a symbol of international trade. At one time, all Mardi Gras beads were glass. Most of those came from Czechoslovakia. And earlier than you might think, by the late 50s, plastic beads had come on the scene. And the way we know that is there was a newspaper advertisement from a bead seller who promised that his beads were glass, not plastic, which tells you there were plastic beads at the time. Parade has stopped as they typically do. It's just a question of how long they will stop. Hey, how are you? Here's something that you don't see elsewhere, I don't think. Okay. No city is built to host like New Orleans, and New Orleans and Company is here to help. From world-class conferences to intimate business meetings, they make it easy to plan your meeting or event in a city that knows hospitality. Start planning at neworleans.com. One of the things that you don't see elsewhere, I don't think, is a Mardi Gras parade watching ladder. I think that is probably also a symbol of New Orleans that you don't see elsewhere. And what it is it's just a wooden hardware store ladder with a box screwed on top in which you sit your children. And this has always struck me as funny that, there's your little toddler and you protect them as best you can from everything. You protect them from skin knees and from bee stings and everything that you can protect them from until Carnival comes. And then you strap them in a wooden box on top of a ladder in a barrage of beads. Oh, there's a Mardi Gras ladder, and look, this person has cleverly put wheels on it so that you can tow it home on its own wheels. But you will see kids, little kids on top of there, and the father or mother behind fending off the beads, and the big part of being a kid in New Orleans. Thank you very much, musicians. Enjoy New Orleans. We have more lieutenants coming. Plastic beads came on the scene in the 1950s, late 1950s. And by 1970-71, they had virtually replaced glass. Not absolutely, but practically. But these days, glass beads are coming back. Float number 12, Fiddler's Green, and this was something I had never heard of before, but apparently after a life well spent as a pirate on the high seas, one hoped to find themselves in the Fiddler's Green, a place where a sort of heaven on earth, presumably. Throw me something! right, and right behind Fiddler's Green. Fiddler's Green is being pursued by denizens of the deep. A great sea serpent rearing its head. Floats like this were originally imagined as rolling tableaux. Nice. Oh, an excellent foam football toss. Moon pie. Moon pie. Moon pie. Moon pie. Oh, thank you. Oh, the best Mardi Gras throw of all, a moon pie. And it looks like I got a strawberry one. Oh, how lucky. I have never eaten either. How about that? Well, we're going to put that in our collection. I'm going to eat it in a minute. So floats like this were originally envisioned as rolling tableau, and tableau is an art form that you practically never see practiced anymore. Hello, Alex. And what it was you would go and behold a scene with actors standing still in scenery, sort of like a photograph before there was photography. Oh, there you go. Wonderful. So so when Carnival in New Orleans was new, these were imagined as rolling tableau. Since then, they've become very active, very, very active.
Folks, we want to give a shout out to one of our sponsors, the National World War II Museum. They are open 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. daily. The National World War II Museum features immersive exhibits, multimedia experiences, and an expansive collection of artifacts and first-person oral histories, taking visitors inside the story of World War II. What a fantastic museum, amazing exhibits. You have to check it out, whether you live in New Orleans or you're visiting National World War II Museum. We love it.
Alex, I'm going to turn over the floats to you.
Love it.
With float 14 coming up, because I have to taste test this pink moon pie, which I am predicting is strawberry.
There's always a heated debate in the YouTube comments when we do these live streams about it's 50-50. People either love or hate moon pies. And the people who hate them, man, they really hate them.
Well, I can't imagine hating a moon pie. I love moon pie.
I'm actually a fan of the banana moon pies.
I love the banana moon pie.
I get roasted in the comments every time I bring that up. Folks, we got KIPP Central City Academy marching band coming up. see. Okay,
right.
you caught a moon pie. Now, we think it's strawberry flavored. Do you want to take a bite and let us know what you think?
I've never seen a pink moon pie before. I'm very excited.
Yep, moon pies.
I'm a fan of moon pies.
Moon pies are a staple of Mardi Gras parades. A lot of the parades throw them. Thoughts?
So good. So excellent.
Fantastic.
Strawberry flavor, I
Strawberry. Love it. Shout out to the people in the YouTube comments who love moon pies. Always a heated debate for us in the YouTube comments. This is float number 14. Anne Bonny and Mary Reed, famous pirates.
I think we're learning that not all pirates were male.
Mm-hmm.
Fearsome. Oh, wonderful. Chrome seahorse beads.
Oh, nice.
How about that, man?
A lot of cups. I love the cups. This is the Tricks Band.
Float 15, the Barbary Pirates are upon us. Yes! Oh, I've got lighted seahorse beads.
All right.
Thank you.
Ooh.
Oh,
Nice. Where's that?
I don't know yet. I think this might be a towel. This is like a super compressed.
All right. Float number 16, Mother Carey. Is that what that says? Yes, Mother Carey. Okay, cool.
Mother Carey, the Sea Witch. The Sea Witch Mother Carey delights in a stormy sea. The sight of her or her loyal birds, the storm petrels, will surely serve as a harbinger for dangerous waters in a sailor's future. I had never heard that piece of lore.
Yeah. This is Baker High School marching band. This looks like Davy Jones's locker coming up.
Alex, when your ship goes down, where do you go?
Ooh, what a good question. I'm going to guess into the water. Into Davy Jones's locker, yes. This is the All-Star Drumline Band. They have locations in New Orleans, Covington, and Jackson, Mississippi. Doug, I'm going to let you pronounce this one. I'm not even going to try.
I'll give it a try. Float number 18, Jen Yi Sao.
Beautiful.
Jen Yi Sao, the fearless pirate queen. Zhen Yi Zhao was the scourge of the South China Sea, much to the chagrin of the Chinese Navy. As commander of the Red Flag Fleet and leader of a 60,000-man strong pirate confederation, her bravery and shrewdness earned her wealth. Whoa, nice. Oh, I got another whole bundle.
All right.
I won't have to buy beads next year. Oh, this is wonderful. Dem bones.
Oh.
I like black light. That's good.
That's a cool looking float.
That is a beautiful float. Oh, that's wonderful. Yay. Congratulations, Royal Artist. That is a beauty. Creepy, yes.
Yeah. Very much so. Here are the Jukebox Heroes. Float number 20. Yes, indeed.
I understand people gather in a Bywater bar periodically to sing sea shanties.
Is that right?
Where else?
Right, that's true. That does it for the crew of Proteus.
All hail Proteus.
Beautiful parade. Yeah.
Wonderful. Oh, yes.
Yeah, let's show off a few things. So we showed off those rubber wine cups earlier. This is my favorite so far. We got some seahorse socks on theme for them. We got these, earlier we were saying that these are ice cube trays. I think they're the fidget. I think these are just meant to keep you distracted if you have ADHD.
Well, there you go.
Okay, here's the weirdest thing.
Definitely take that home.
Somebody threw me 2 sliders in a Ziploc bag. I kid you not. They thought I was hungry. I'm not going to eat them, but thank you to whoever threw them.
Alex, if they threw you 2 of them, then they threw us sliders.
That's true. They did throw. You go first.
I didn't share my strawberry moon pie.
That's okay. Folks, Orpheus is right around the corner. We're talking minutes away. Stick with us. We're going to take a little break. By the time you get back, the parade's going to be here, so don't go far. Thanks, y'all.
Son of a Saint is a nonprofit organization committed to providing mentorship, education, mental health, and opportunities to young boys who have lost their fathers. Through dedicated mentors, academic support, and enriching experiences, Son of a Saint empowers our boys to overcome barriers and become strong, resilient leaders of tomorrow. But we cannot do it alone. The need for our services in the community is great, and my ask of you is to help us fulfill that need through volunteering, becoming a mentor, or donating resources. Please visit sonofasaint.org today.
They were ordinary people, just like you and me, who never expected to find themselves like this. But they found courage. They found grit, grace. They found strength in each other. And in their stories, we find strength within. The National World War II Museum. Find the extraordinary inside.
At Tulane Doctors, we made booking appointments easier than ever.
To schedule with any physician, whether at East Jefferson or one of our other locations.
Just dial 988-5000.
When you see the shield, you'll know.
The future of medicine is here.
I am cypress leaves, balconies, oak trees, harmony. I am New Orleans. I'm your town deep down. Come see me at neworleans.com.
And Company, the team that invites the world to experience our music, food, and culture while supporting the people who make New Orleans special. Start planning your trip at neworleans.com.
Open daily from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., the National World War II Museum features immersive exhibits, multimedia experiences, and an expansive collection of artifacts and first-person oral histories, taking visitors inside the story of World War II.
Thank you to the 2025 NOLA.com Mardi Gras Parade Cam sponsor, Tulane Doctors. Whether you need a checkup or a new treatment, Tulane Doctors are dedicated to making healthcare simple, personal, and accessible for our community. For trusted expert care, call 504-988-5000 to schedule an appointment with any Tulane doctor today.
Son of a Saint is dedicated to transforming the lives of fatherless boys across Greater New Orleans through mentorship, emotional support, development of life skills, education, and positive peer-to-peer relationships. For more information or to get involved, visit sonofasaint.org.
Rock the Country 2025, a festival for we the people, coming to 9 small towns, bringing 9 massive shows. Don't miss Kid Rock and Nickelback headlining each city with additional performances varying by market from Hank Williams Jr., Leonard Skinner, Gavin Adcock, Travis Tritt, Aaron Lewis, Treaty Oak Revival, Ella Langley, Ole 60, Upchurch, and many more. Get tickets now at rockthecountry.com.
A parade health tip from LCMC Health. Moderation is key. Try to limit your alcohol intake and drink water between alcoholic beverages. Consider smaller portions of the food you love during Mardi Gras. Take your time, stay hydrated. A good rule of thumb is to drink water in between each alcoholic beverage to make sure you are staying hydrated and to cut back on the amount of alcohol consumed. Choose a beverage that includes at least some water, such as club soda, seltzer, or mineral water, and blend beverages with ice.
Folks, that was Proteus that you just saw with us, and Orpheus is blocks away. Behind us, back here, you can see Harmony Circle and the I-10 interstate back here. And Orpheus, the next parade, is right on the other side of the interstate. It's going to be here before we know it. Did you have a good Proteus, Doug?
I thought Proteus was excellent. I love the sea theme. It was great. Yeah. All the myths and legends. It was terrific.
And a beautiful parade.
Beautiful parade.
We were talking earlier about how Proteus is more in the old style of parades, and Orpheus, which is coming up, is a more modern take.
Absolutely.
Right? So, for example, on Proteus, we saw wooden wheels on the floats. And then for Orpheus coming up, we're going to see the polar opposite of that, which is LED lights and possibly screens and animatronics. And now we're going to see the height of what Mardi Gras parades can do in the modern age.
Proteus is, in fact, the second oldest parade.
Is it really?
Yeah, Rex began parading in 1872, and Proteus began 10 years later.
And now there were older parades that just don't run anymore.
Right. There were parades
Comus?
that started up and dropped out. Comus was the first.
Comus, okay, yeah.
It dropped out eventually, and but there are lots of parades that you never hear of that came and went over the decades.
Yeah, love it. Love to hear all about it. So Orpheus, which is coming up, 1,500 members, massive compared to what we just saw. Proteus had about 230, I believe.
Yep.
And then we're looking at 1,500 members on 43 floats for Orpheus. Their theme is As Above, So Below, with floats titled Riding the Winds, Down the Rabbit Hole, and Up, Up, and Away. So, we went from the sea to up in the air, it looks like. Something like that.
In some cases.
We're going to find out what exactly that means. Now, in addition to their themed floats this year, Orpheus has some standard, or what do you want to call it? Like some
signature floats.
Some signature floats,
Yes.
thank you, that we see every year, which include the Smoky Mary, which is massive, the Orpheus Leviathan, and the Captain's Galleon, which we're going to see, which we see every year. Those are kind of their signature floats. We're going to let you know as we see those so you can follow along at home. Now, New Orleans native and winner of RuPaul's Drag Race, this is very exciting, Bianca Del Rio, a.k.a. Roy Haylock, who is from here in New Orleans, is the monarch this year. Very, very exciting. If you're not familiar with Bianca Del Rio, what a treat you're in for. The only downside is we're not going to get to hear her talk or roast anybody tonight. But look up Bianca Del Rio from RuPaul's Drag Race. Lots of fun videos all over the internet. She
hilarious. Just hilarious.
Incredible. Almost a roast comic, in my opinion. And then also the Brothers Osborne, Grammy Award-winning artists, are headlining the post-parade music extravaganza tonight, Orpheuscapade. And so for a lot of people who don't know this, some crews have their Mardi Gras balls, weeks before the parade sometimes. Orpheuscapade, Endymion, and I don't know if there are any others. The Bacchus, it sounds like, their balls are at the end of the parade. So the parades literally go into the ball at the end of the night. So, for example, Orpheuscapade tonight is in the convention center, and the parade will literally drive into the ball where everyone will be wearing tuxes waiting for the parade, and the parade will continue to throw and march, and it's wild. It's so much fun. Have you ever been to Orpheuscapade?
I have not.
It's one of my favorites. Used to go every year before starting to do this, so I had to make a sacrifice. Now I do this. Beautiful, beautiful parade, and also a beautiful ball at the end of the night. Very, very fun.
As you watch the Orpheus Parade go by, as Alex mentioned, it has 1,500 riders, which is a lot, but it's a medium-sized parade. There are one or two parades that are pushing past the 3,000 mark.
That's right.
I think that Iris is the biggest.
Mm-hmm.
So imagine that the parade you're seeing tonight, which will seem so big compared to Proteus, is only half as big as Iris that rolled. Was it yesterday or Saturday? Saturday.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Man, it's all a blur. When you're here for every one of these, it all blurs together. But it's so much fun.
And it is. I love Carnival. It's my work in a way.
Yeah.
And at the same time, I've never loved it more.
It's beautiful, man. It's so wonderful to be out here for all of these. Orpheus is one of my favorites, and it's going to be beautiful this evening. We have a few signature throws we're trying to catch. Each of these parades have signature throws. Earlier for Proteus, we caught socks, some beautiful seahorse socks, because their theme is water themed. And so tonight for Orpheus, we are looking for hand-decorated tambourines, 4-foot-long stuffed dragons, LED cowboy hats, sunglasses, which are always my favorite, metal cups, special captain's doubloons featuring co-founder Harry Connick Jr. We were talking about the founders of this parade a little bit earlier. It's some New Orleans royalty, if you will, including Harry Connick Jr., born and raised in New Orleans musician, actor, Harry Connick Sr. Well, wait, hang on. Don, it was both. Okay. Don, our director, is giving me giving me facts in my ear. So to clarify, it was founded by Harry Connick Jr. and Harry Connick Sr. In addition to Sonny Bory, the previous artistic director for Le Petit Theater here in the French Quarter. So a lot of New Orleans movers and shakers founded this parade. So there's a lot of, I like to say hometown heroes involved with it. Previous monarchs. So Orpheus doesn't have a king per se. They have what they call monarchs. Previous Orpheus monarchs have included Fats Domino, Quentin Tarantino, Sandra Bullock, Glenn Close, Whoopi Goldberg, Stevie Wonder, Lawrence Fishburne, Forrest Whitaker, Brad Paisley, Anne Rice, and Toby Keith. So that's a really interesting mix of actors and musicians. That's pretty cool. Love it. And tonight, once again, Bianca Del Rio, which is fantastic. Another person who is from here in New Orleans, from Gretna, I believe you were saying.
From Gretna?
Who I've known since high school. I did theater with Bianca, a.k.a. Roy Haylock. So it's going to be a fun night. This is going to be a very bright, colorful, well-designed parade that we are looking forward to. This might be it. So usually when you see a procession of police vehicles, that is usually the indicator that the parade is here, because the police vehicles are making sure that the street is clear of of children who have wandered into the street throwing footballs at each other.
These white floats with the blue and red lights are in every parade. It's amazing.
Yes. Beautiful. Yeah, so, something that's interesting is that the New Orleans and Louisiana police force, actually, Mardi Gras is so big that police officers are brought in from other cities, other counties, other states. They come in from all over to help the New Orleans Police Department put on Mardi Gras, because it's so massive, it requires so much security that, they basically, lack of a better term, shuttle other police officers in to help the city manage the whole situation. It's an incredible operation. When we're up here, we talk a lot about the design of the floats, the artistic merit, the handcrafted Muses shoes, for example. But, what we don't talk a lot about, and what a lot of people don't see, are the logistics the city has to deal with on the back end, because we're talking trash pickup. We're talking about police officers, security. I mean, when the Mardi Gras parade ends and people go home, you don't realize it, but these people are still working till 2, 3 in the morning, doing trash pickup, doing, taking off the roadblocks so that traffic can resume the next morning. I mean, it's a crazy operation. And keep in mind, this isn't like a music festival where, you need security detail in a fenced-off area. We're talking about security detail over, like, almost an entire city. It is truly wild and remarkable how they pull it off. And so, shout out to the New Orleans Police Department, and also to the other police officers come in from other states.
Thanks to them.
Yeah.
We are, it's grim to discuss, but this year is special because on January 1st, we suffered a terror attack on Bourbon Street. Mm-hmm. And so in addition to the normal management of security at Mardi Gras, it is enhanced this year.
That's right.
With federal participation particularly.
That's right, absolutely. And I don't know if the cameras were on earlier, but usually before every parade of the day or night, we will see the sheriff or someone from the sheriff's department, whoever the what do you want to call it, the ranking commander in the area is, and they will walk down and do an on-foot inspection of every parade route before the first parade even gets here, to show that they are, really taking everything seriously. It's pretty incredible.
The superintendent of police walked in front of the Proteus parade.
Thank you. There's a lot of official positions rattling around in my head.
And this is the Kern Command Vehicle. Blaine Kern Studios is certainly the biggest float producer in New Orleans and probably the world. Mm-hmm. And Blaine Kern Studios recently bought 2 more warehouse studios.
Wow.
They're going to have 2 more warehouse studios on the West Bank, explaining that they build 1,000 floats a year.
Wow.
How about that?
And even if you've never been to Mardi Gras, you might be familiar with Kern Studios' work because they also build things for theme parks like Universal Studios. So if you go to Universal Studios and you see some of those big characters, sometimes they're built by New Orleans-based companies, especially playing Kern Studios. And Universal Studios, I think, also has a Mardi Gras parade that goes through their downtown area. So even if you've never been to Mardi Gras, you might have seen some of Blaine Kern Studios' work around the country and other places.
If you count Carnival, all of the costumes, the float builders, the Mardi Gras Indians, everybody who does something artistic, I think New Orleans might be the art capital of the country. We just don't call it that.
Right. Yeah, and that makes sense because I think most people would say Mardi Gras is a party before they would say it's an artistic endeavor, but it truly is an artistic endeavor. And you're right, all the artists that are involved with making Mardi Gras happen probably does make us the biggest artistic city. What do you think, on the planet?
In addition to being an observer and consuming these parades, tomorrow morning, many of us will go downtown wearing a homemade costume of some kind to show off to one another. Maybe 10,000 people will show up in costume.
Now, what you don't see if you're not from here or not watching, or if you're watching from home, there's a whole other celebration that happens tomorrow after Zulu and Rex, which is the St. Anne parade that happens in the French Quarter. We can't live stream it. It's on the other side of the city. But it's incredible to see, and that's what Doug is talking about. The people down there are in handmade costumes, thousands of them, and it's truly incredible to see. Here we go, crew of Orpheus.
A Shriner motorcycle contingent to get things
get
things rolling, so to speak.
Orpheus celebrates the citizens of New Orleans and welcomes our guests. This is the start right here, folks. Yeah, it seems like the Marine Corps band starts most parades, if not all of them. But they are always a sign that the parade is here.
And these flambeaux have a custom-made Orpheus reflector with a lyre.
This is Mississippi Valley State University.
They would never play here.
Folks, we are using some reverse psychology, hoping that the bands play here by wishing that they don't.
Oh, we discovered that if you express even the slightest optimism that the band is going to play,
they won't.
They won't. So we're taken to expressing certain amount of pessimism. Where this comes.
Little Mardi Gras reverse psychology.
The crew of Orpheus welcomes Noka.
All right. I went
New
to Noka.
Orleans Center for Creative Arts. You did?
Oh yeah. Hey, I know her. I went to school with her. That's Amy.
Hello, Amy. My son went to Noka also.
Yeah, I went for musical theater. Here comes Talladega College. I think we're going to find that this parade is very music-centric, especially with Harry Connick Sr. and Harry Connick Jr. behind the origin of this parade, as well as Sonny Bory and Derek Franklin, who used to do a lot of musicals at Le Petit. Flambeaus, which we've been talking about all night tonight. Originally started pre-electric light days so that they would illuminate the floats.
If I was in a marching band, I'd want to play the big bass drum because it hits you right here, right in the solar plexus. It hits you. This is a wonderful float coming our way. Speaking of drums, the rhythm of Orpheus. But take a look at what this will become as it passes. Is that great?
Yeah.
I think that's one of the great floats in Carnival. One of the Orpheus signature floats.
I love that they play with the, I don't know what you want to call that, almost like the depth perception there, or the angle that... That's cool.
That is just a wonderful design.
That's so
the
cool.
elephant's tusks are made out of cymbals.
Yeah, it looks like drums until it gets here, and then you realize it's an elephant.
Exactly.
Very cool. This is the Alcorn State University Band.
And this is float number 3, the Orpheus Trojan Horse. It was, of course, a sculpted horse that looked like a tribute, but was actually a trap. Wonderful glittering design. You can see it from a half a mile away. That's fabulous. That is a great modern float.
Beautiful.
Wonderful, wonderful. One of the things that distinguishes Orpheus from the older parade is that, from Proteus that we watched earlier, is that one of the characteristics of some modern parades is that they are co-ed. And Orpheus is a co-ed parade.
Yes, yes. This is Lane College from Jackson, Mississippi. No, Jackson, Tennessee, excuse me.
it occurs to me as we watch the flambeau go by that when this was invented in the 19th century, this was to illuminate the floats. And in the 21st century, the flambeaux are a feature of their own. They're not really illuminating anything so much as just being a feature.
Well, now they are an iconic image people associate with Mardi Gras.
Float number 4, the captain's galleon, has arrived. Once again, just a marvelous, marvelous modern design float.
Love it. So cool.
These floats are designed by Manuel Ponce of Kern Studios, and they are just wonderful. The captain's galleon has left a cloud of smoke in its wake.
This is the L.B. Landry High School from right here in New Orleans.
Alex, you know what I could use right now?
What's that?
A strawberry moon pie.
Strawberry moon pie.
Just one of the small ones.
I have been out here all Mardi Gras season. We have caught a ton of moon pies, and that's the first strawberry one I've ever seen.
And that was the first strawberry moon pie I've ever seen in my life. This was a legit moon pie. It just was pink.
A few times this season, and I think in years past, we have caught some bootleg moon pies that have different names, like marshmallow treat or something like that.
Man, to be honest, I would like them all, I'm sure. I think this must be heralding the arrival of the captain's float because the flambeau's reflectors say captain. Mardi Gras throws are regulated.
Oh, really?
And it's interesting. Yes, you can throw certain things, you can't throw others. There's a list, and the way you throw is regulated. You need to, throw in a gentlemanly way, for lack of a better term.
That makes sense.
And
now I don't know if they'll follow it.
And what's interesting is, this is on its face dangerous. You could chip a tooth.
Sure.
You could. Here comes our captain.
Oh, Bianca Del Rio. Hello.
Oh,
the beautiful Bianca Del Rio.
Our monarch.
Our monarch. That's right.
I have seen Bianca twice in concert at the Orpheum, and
amazing.
And I have seen her perform at the Bourbon Street Awards, the costume contest.
Yeah.
And truly hilarious.
Amazing.
Unrepeatable, mind you.
Oh, absolutely.
But truly hilarious. The monarch, Bianca Del Rio from Gretna. Yay, Gretna!
Let's hear it for Gretna.
Splendid as always. Yes, it changes.
The list of acceptable throws changes.
And it is transforming right now into more usable, reusable things.
Oh, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Now, this is the Salmon Spartan Marching Band from Slidell on the north shore of Lake Pontchartrain.
Hello, Slidell. So, for instance, back in the early 1800s, people used to throw bags of flour.
Oh.
So, flour bombs, and you could, I don't even know if there were parades, float parades per se at the time, but part of the chaos of Carnival was to throw flour bombs.
Amazing. All right, they sound great.
So if we could go back to 1830, something like that, people might have been throwing flour bombs, little bags of flour. Those are still prohibited in the 21st century Carnival Code.
I'm so glad.
You can't do that, Alex.
I'll keep that in mind.
It's also against the rules to bring a snake within something like 500 feet of a Mardi Gras parade.
What had to happen? What had to happen in order for that rule to get made?
Something happened.
Somebody did something.
Something happened. But there's a state law that allows you to throw beads without fear of being sued.
Oh, that makes sense.
In the ordinary process of conducting a parade and throwing beads, somebody can't come back at you and say, you hit me and you broke my eyeglasses.
Ah, that makes a lot of sense.
All right, the brothers Osborne have arrived.
Oh, Keith Clavery. I got several friends on that float. These are some of the Orpheus folks who helped put on Orpheus. I see Keith Clavery, a local actor here.
I know the name for sure.
Yeah, with the NOLA project.
For sure. So if you ride a float and you conduct yourself in a reasonable manner, you don't, you're just throwing beads and whatnot, you're absolved of responsibility. It's like if somebody comes to the parade, they should expect a hailstorm of plastic beads, etc. But
if you try to do it any other time,
what you mustn't do, Alex, is misbehave. You mustn't throw beads at people.
Yes, that makes sense.
Bags of beads, that sort of thing can get you in trouble.
That makes sense.
Exactly.
Throw to them, not at them. Yes. Edna Carr, we have seen them, man, almost every day. They are really, really resilient out here.
The stamina.
Yeah, seriously. They sound amazing.
Yeah, I don't know how many parades Carr has been in, but they're bringing it.
I see some Saints players on this float. What we got here? Oh yeah, float of entirely New Orleans Saints.
Yay, Saints! Yay, Saints!
And I see Bob Murrell.
I'm open.
Who is running for city council.
And the Krewe de Fleurs are approaching, one of the adult marching groups in Carnival. Since about 2000, this has been a big addition to the scene in the New Orleans Mardi Gras.
And I'm assuming every single one of these is handmade.
Yes, and they choose a different flower each year. I'm guessing that they are orchids this year.
Beautiful.
Hail Fleurs!
The work that goes into these costumes, incredible. Folks, we have a slight pause right here. I want to remind everyone that tomorrow's parades are going to be a little different. We're supposed to have some really bad weather here in New Orleans tomorrow, winds of around 50 plus miles an hour. So please stay tuned to the news if you are planning to come out here for the parades or even just watch them at home. Some disappointing news that we got is that both parades, Zulu and Rex, are going to have abbreviated routes, which means that Rex will not pass this location. So there will be a live stream tomorrow morning, but it will just be Zulu. It won't be, Rex won't be here, unfortunately, and there's nothing we can really do about it. We can't control the weather, so please don't get mad at me. I'm just the messenger. And the parades are also compressed. There will be no marching groups or bands. So we're very happy that we get to see the parades at all. We don't want to be pessimistic, but we want to fill you in and give you the hard facts about what's going on.
And get there at least an hour earlier than you expected, because they're going to
right.
roll an hour and a half and an hour.
Yes, Zulu rolls at 6:30, which is earlier than it typically rolls. We also want to give a couple of shout outs, speaking of our streams, to the sponsors who make this happen. New Orleans & Company is here to help. No city is built to host like New Orleans. From world-class conferences to intimate business meetings, they make it easy to plan your meeting or event in a city that knows hospitality. You can start planning your event at neworleans.com.
Open daily from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., the National World War II Museum features immersive exhibits, multimedia experiences, and an expansive collection of artifacts and first-person oral histories, taking visitors inside the story of World War II. We forget about there's a Harlequin here. Wait a minute.
Oh yeah, hello. How's it going? You look fantastic. Look right up here. There we go.
A Harlequin has appeared.
A wild Harlequin. Hello. How are you? You having a good time? Yeah? Beautiful. It's great being in the stands right here because we can see all the people behind us. There's a whole other, group of people right here. We can see the people across the street. It's a fantastic place to be standing in. We can see a lot of great costumes and what people are wearing. There we go. A lot of people wearing the stuff they caught. It's a really cool sight out here.
Sometime in the early 1990s, the Krewe d'Etat began throwing lighted beads. And now that has become a phenomenon for all nighttime parades. And as you look down the route in either direction, it's like it's surrounded with fireflies or sparks. And it has really added to the visual.
Yes.
When we haven't had any of the floats yet that are really
it's
filled
coming
with riders that will be throwing.
Oh, is this?
Here we go.
This looks like the Smoky Mary.
This is the Smoky Mary.
This float is massive. It's multiple floats in tandem, and it is a signature float for Orpheus. And it's one that everybody looks forward to every year. Talking about, LED lights and moving parts. I mean, look at the lights on this thing.
Excellent example of a modern float.
Yes, correct. Compared to Proteus's, which are beautiful and handmade, but much smaller in comparison.
On February 9th, New Orleans hosted the Super Bowl.
That's right.
And to show off our carnival, even before there was a carnival, we had a sample parade, the Super Bowl parade, and it was quite good. And they used signature floats from various parades. And a portion of the Smoky Mary was in the Super Bowl parade.
Guess who was standing right here hosting the Super Bowl parade for NOLA.com?
I'm going to go way out on a limb.
Myself and Mr. Scott Pelier were out here.
Go.
We had a great time. There are 230 people on this one float.
I think we should be able to catch some things.
Yeah, I think we can.
Now, apparently what we want the most is a hand-decorated tambourine.
Hand-decorated tambourine, got it. I wanted to check our little cheat sheet here. The crew of Proteus had 230 riders in it in the whole parade. And what did I just say? I said that this was 230 people on this one float. Incredible.
I'm glad you noticed that. That's interesting.
Incredible. We're also being told that this float has had the same driver since, I'm assuming the float has been created, so probably in the 90s? One person, Barry Daigle, the whole time.
Congratulations.
Shout out to Barry Daigle. I hope they pay that man well. Smoky Mary.
Well, we've got signature floats.
All right.
We've got the Orpheus Lyre. Yes! An Orpheus
nice
flying
catch.
disc, and it's a soft one. This is
Good.
interesting. Oh, look.
Is it a light up
And it
frisbee?
lights. Oh, we need to light this up.
And we got a t-shirt.
Oh, look at that.
All kinds of fun stuff we're going to show y'all at our next break.
That's cool.
Very cool.
I like it.
1,500 riders or members in this crew, 43 floats. We're doing our best to catch some some tambourines, some
Smoky
stuffed
Mary.
dragons. So the float that just went by, the Smoky Mary, there are 8 sections, including the engine at the front. Incredible. 230 riders on that float alone. It's really not one float, it's like multiple floats. I want to see these stuffed dragons that I'm told about.
Yeah.
And LED cowboy hats.
Another Mardi.
This is St. Paul's School Marching Band from Covington, across the lake from here.
The Marching Wolves.
Doug, what were you going to say before we listen to this band? I cut you off.
Oh, just that there's another rule that crossed my mind when you ride in a float in a New Orleans Mardi Gras parade. You must be masked.
Ah, yes.
By code.
Yes.
And somewhere along the line, there's somebody watching.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Oh.
We're delayed, but it's probably a predictable delay when the parade reaches Gallier Hall, the old 19th century City Hall of New Orleans. The whole parade will pause while dignitaries offer toasts to the mayor and vice versa.
That's right. And that's about, what, 2 blocks from here? Down the route from us? If that. Oh, 3 blocks, okay.
There's a backup forklift being towed along, and that is probably to rescue a float should it break down. There's also a spare tractor here and a spare generator.
Yes.
So things happen, and
That's
if
true.
they do, it's good to have a backup. But this forklift,
This poor forklift getting covered.
has become a bead magnet as it goes down the street. Throwbacks.
Sometimes they call those throwbacks, yeah.
Before we had the term throws, the term was throwouts.
Huh.
So like if you read a newspaper from the 1930s, they'll talk about throwouts.
Makes sense.
Speaking of Gallier Hall, the first mention of throws being thrown from a parade was someone throwing beads from the Rex Parade to Mayor Flowers on the steps of Gallier Hall. But they don't specify what it was that he was catching.
What do you think it was? You think it was just beads?
Small toys, and I bet beads.
Okay.
Beads made sense, because what would royalty throw?
They weren't LED blinking cups or hats or swords. Folks, while we got a little pause right here, we want to give another shout out to New Orleans and Company. From world-class conferences to intimate business meetings, they make it easy to plan your meeting or event in a city that knows hospitality. Start planning your event at neworleans.com.
Open daily from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. The National World War II Museum features immersive exhibits, multimedia experiences, and an expansive collection of artifacts and first-person oral histories, taking visitors inside the story of World War II.
It looks like we're moving. Maybe.
You are an optimist, Alex. You are clearly you are clearly an optimist.
Just like hoping the bands play right here.
When they move, they'll seem to get smaller. You'll see.
Right. I forgot that's how that works. I love reading about the previous monarchs that Orpheus has had. Fats Domino, Quentin Tarantino, Sandra Bullock, Glenn Close, Whoopi Goldberg, Stevie Wonder, Lawrence Fishburne, Forrest Whitaker, Brad Paisley, Anne Rice, and Toby Keith are just a few of the ones that we have on our little cheat sheet here. That's a pretty incredible list for monarchs of Orpheus. Fats Domino, that's really cool.
Yeah, that's really cool. Well, the most famous celebrity rider of all was probably Louis Armstrong.
Oh, wow.
Riding in the Zulu parade in the 1940s, which was sort of insurmountably cool.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And in Louis' memory, he regretted throwing coconuts that might have hit nice calm.
That's fantastic.
That's fantastic. And then fast forward to the 1960s. Now, there may have been an occasional celebrity along the line, but in the 1960s, the Bacchus Parade in particular wanted to stir things up. They wanted to open up Carnival, make it more available and more pop. And one of the things they did was decide, instead of a local member of society, they would invite a celebrity that people would want to turn out to see just for its own sake.
Gotcha.
At this moment, I can't remember who the first
And
one
that's
was,
where
but
that started.
let's say Bob Hope.
Okay.
That sort of celebrity.
Checks out for that time period.
Over time, it's included athletes and musicians.
So Bacchus was the first one to do that.
So Bacchus was the one to institute it as a contemporary thing.
Okay.
Zulu had done it, 40 years before.
Right,
or 20,
right.
However, I can't do arithmetic, but
look, we're not up here to do math.
Okay. But yes, and then that has spread to other parades that have celebrities.
It's amazing.
There's tell me if I'm wrong, anybody out there, but I'm pretty sure that's the way the history of it worked.
Cool. Somebody will, whenever we're wrong, somebody lets us know.
Tell you what.
They let us know very emphatically, too.
Yeah, in the newspaper you say, if you ever want to find out whether people are reading you, misspell something in the headline.
That's incredible. So if they don't correct your spelling, nobody's reading. We are on the move.
The Smoky Mary has pulled out of the station. Ooh, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you to our producer, Amelia, for bringing us drinks. I don't even have to ask. Amelia knew exactly what I wanted. Here we go. We're moving. One more time. That's St. Paul's School right in front of us. We might see them. We might see a little action from them as they pass.
Alex.
Oh, no, we're supposed to be pessimistic. That's right. I hope we don't.
Put the mojo on us.
I hope we don't see them do anything. Shout out to whoever's wearing that full body wolf costume. They must be sweating their butt off. Love when a marching band has choreography.
Yes.
Man, you know, we were talking about how big this parade is compared to Proteus. We are just now getting to the title float. We've already had so much go by for Orpheus. So the theme for Orpheus this year is as above, so below.
And that will probably become clearer as the parade goes.
Yeah, I'm still trying to wrap my brain around it.
That float was a wonderful example of how the elements on the floats are supposed to move as it rattles along the imperfections in the street, which
we have a few of those.
We have those.
We have a few of those. This is Abramson Psi Academy, the Beast from the East, or the band from the East. We actually saw them yesterday, I think. So another group that's been marching probably almost every day. Maybe they won't play. They sound great.
And our next float, float number 10, is Down the Rabbit Hole, which has to do with the title theme, as above, so below. Down the rabbit hole, down, 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 Alice fell into a world curiously different from our own. A world where flowers can speak, cats can grin, and frogs in frock coats can ride rabbits to deliver proclamations throughout the land. So says the Carnival Bulletin.
Love it. Down the rabbit hole.
And down the rabbit hole, very, very highly decorated float.
Beautiful.
Really sort of old-fashioned and modern at the same time. Just beautiful. Over the top with the dangling flowers.
So intricate.
Yes!
All right. Speaking of light up stuff.
Ah! Gotta light up football. Excellent.
Coming up next, we have another great band, the Whitehaven High School Band from Tennessee. All right, Memphis.
Welcome to New Orleans, Memphis. Here comes our next float, sailing over the edge of the world. In keeping with as above, so below. Sailing over the edge of the world, who knows what adventures lay hidden to us until we venture beyond known boundaries and push the limits of what is considered possible. Will we discover uncharted territories, or will we plunge off the world and end up sailing among the stars forever? From the parade bulletin. And this is wonderful, the idea of plunging into the stars at the front of the float. Just wonderful.
next, we've got St. Mary's Academy Marching Band.
And our next float, float number 12, ascending with the fairies above a pond filled with a bouquet of blooming flowers. The fluttering of tiny wings fills the air, and a kaleidoscope of butterflies arrive, guiding an enchanted fairy chariot from its home amongst the low tide up into the aromatic breeze to greet the coming of spring. Yes, thank you. No, yes.
All these floats from Orpheus are so intricate. The amount of pieces on them is amazing. Thank you, Doug. We caught some signature Orpheus beads, or Doug did, but I'm gonna wear them.
They're pretty wonderful. They're coral colored and they have lyres on them. And this next contingent is the dance troupe from the Mystic Crew of Femme Fatale. And the next float, float number 13, Riding the Winds. With colorful tails stirring up rainbows behind them, dozens of ebullient kites soar high into the clear open sky. Borne aloft by the warm winds of zephyrs, they sway and waltz together to musical melodies heard only amongst themselves. Well, this is just wonderful. The kites in the front.
Yeah.
The traditional flowers.
I love the big dragon piece in the front.
Just lovely. Yeah. Glass.
Those glass beads have become so popular.
Yes.
Who we got next? This looks like West Jefferson High School marching band from Harvey, Louisiana, right across the river.
And float number 14 is coming, called Under a Spell. Washington Irving's Rip Van Winkle slumbers for 20 years beneath a cascading willow tree. Oblivious to the changes around him, he will awaken to a post-revolutionary America. Oh, just wonderful. The lighted willow tree is fabulous. Tulip tree, maybe. Oh, wow. Thank you.
Oh.
We have some glass beads here.
All right.
Excellent.
I don't know if I'm just delirious or, but that sounded like a brass band rendition of Private Eyes by Hall & Oates. Or,
Really? I wish I'd paid more attention. I was swaying to it, but I didn't try to identify it. Float number 15 is on the way. Had a great fall. Everyone has heard the story of poor Humpty Dumpty, but why was he on that wall? Did he fall or was he pushed? We will never know. Still, this cautionary tale may help us understand that often when we break things or hurt others, they can never truly be put back together the same way again. Another just beautiful float.
Oh, yeah.
Goodness. So detailed, so elaborate. Bravo. Bravo, Manuel Ponce. Yay! Yay!
All right.
Caught an arm load that time.
Nice.
All right. All right.
Coming up next, we got the Disco Amigos. Love this group.
Me too. One of the many sort of ironic adult dance troupes that have popped up in the 21st century. Oh, they have practiced.
Oh, yeah.
They have practiced.
Oh, they are on it.
My goodness. I love these dance troupes. I love that they're a mixture of... I love that they're a mixture of earnestness and satire, and it's hard to put your finger on where the one begins and the other leaves off.
Look at this massive disco ball. This thing is incredible.
Now we're up to float number 16, up and down the clock. As inevitable as the clicking of passing seconds, and with the striking of each hour, up and down the clock they run, endlessly cycling through days and nights as the time marches forever onward. Hickory dickory dock.
That's right.
I think.
Oh, there are those light up tambourines.
There you go. Beautiful, beautiful float.
This is the L.W. Higgins High School from Marrero. All right. I love that their school mascot, I believe, are the Hurricanes, and they were playing Rock You Like a Hurricane.
All right, smoking down the avenue comes the Orpheus Leviathan, one of the crew's signature floats.
Love this one.
Just fabulous. Through the fog and mist of the rolling deep, we see the most famous of all beasts, the great Leviathan, frolicking with her young offspring through forgotten ships and bounties of long ago, resplendent in her twinkling and ever-changing finery. Surely there are none to equal her majesty and magnificence.
This float has been around since 1998. It's one of the first floats, or the first float, to use extensive fiber optic cables, or fiber optic lighting, I should say. The little baby Leviathan on the back. The Petoskey Steel Drum Band is coming up next. We saw them yesterday. It looks like, from what we saw yesterday, the band is entirely made up of kids playing steel drums. From all the way up in Michigan.
Yeah! And the next float number 18, is Pop Goes the Weasel. Round and round we turn the crank as the children's tune plays in our ears. The anticipation builds and builds as we ponder with wonder and dread what will emerge from the colorful box we hold in our hands. Until suddenly, pop.
That is terrifying.
Exactly. Yeah! A lightsaber.
Here comes the Renew All-Star Band from here in New Orleans.
they are so young. What a thrill this must be. Another slight delay, as sometimes happens. One of the things I love about Mardi Gras parades is that moment of chaos when the float arrives and the beads start flying and you don't know whether to catch or duck. And there's just a storm all around you.
Folks, while we have a moment here, we want to give a shout out to a couple of our sponsors. No city brings people together like New Orleans, and New Orleans & Company makes planning your wedding, reunion, or group travel easier than ever. Find everything you need at neworleans.com.
Named by TripAdvisor as the #1 attraction in New Orleans, the National World War II Museum tells the story of the American experience in the war that changed the world, why it was fought, how it was won, and what it means today, so that all generations can understand the price of freedom and be inspired by what they learned.
You know, we're standing on a deck that is about eye level with the second story of a lot of these floats, and so we are basically a big target. People like to throw stuff to us, but there's also a lot of kids nearby, and so we reach over the side to catch beads. But the kids are fast, and the kids are kind of snatching them out of the air before we can even get there. And the riders see kids; they want to throw stuff to the kids. So, we've got some little hands popping up back here, catching stuff before we can even get to it. So, good for them. Folks, thanks for joining us. I'm Alex Gomez here with Doug McCash. We are well into the second parade tonight, Orpheus, and it's been beautiful so far. What a great parade! This is one of my favorites. We were talking earlier about how Proteus is kind of an old school parade. The first parade we saw tonight, Orpheus is more of a modern parade. We're seeing a lot of LEDs. We're seeing moving parts, almost animatronics sometimes. You got moving pieces moving around. It's really beautiful. And we're not even that far into it. We got a lot left to go.
Yeah, there's plenty to come, and I agree completely. It has just been fabulous.
Good. Glad you're here with us.
The detail. All right.
We're on the move again.
Approaches, the cradle will fall, rocking gently with the night wind. An innocent baby lies dreaming on the treetops, unaware that the spangled pandemonium has escaped the zoo and is watching through the branches with glee. Let us hope the wise and vigilant owl guarding the cradle will prevent any unwanted mischief. The Spangled Pandemonium.
Yeah. Yeah, is that an animal?
How
What is that?
about that? Whoa, I'm sorry.
And this is the Memphis Business Academy Marching Band. We got a lot of Memphis and Tennessee. Not only tonight, but just all Mardi Gras. And our next float, Float 20, the Graves of the Sea and the Phantoms Rise. Whether sinking down to the depths of oceans or rising like the fog from forgotten tombs, the dead awaken to float along waves and wind bemoaning their ethereal form. Well, this is just fabulous. My goodness. The amount of work that goes into these.
Once again.
Incredible.
Congratulations, Manuel Ponce. Oh, wow. Got lighted up.
Cool.
Medallion.
Oh, that's fun. Love it. Oh, we got a tambourine.
Right.
Woo. Cool. The tambourine is also a beer bottle opener.
Well, that's very thoughtful.
Double secret probation. Wow, this is handmade. This is cool.
Wow.
Yeah. Oh, look at the back of this float.
That's creepy. That's wonderful.
This is
How
very
about
cool.
that?
This is Eleanor McMain High School Marching Band. All right.
Float 21 on the way. Up, up, and away. Higher and higher we ascend above the clouds into a land of sunshine and rolling cotton. In this hypnotic atmosphere, it's easy to imagine discovering floating castles inhabited by wielders of forgotten magic or enchanted kingdoms ruled by giants.
This is Kip East Marching Band. Another band we've seen a lot of this Mardi Gras season. Okay, that was definitely that song. Baby, don't hurt me no more. What is love? I think brass bands playing pop songs is one of my favorite genres of music. Wait. Hang on, Doug, you were...
Float 22 approaches over the moon. Who knows what anyone can accomplish until they try? Endless possibilities open for us if we use our imagination. Here we see the moon beam with delight upon witnessing a heroic cow make her astonishing leap into the stratosphere. Once again, just terrific. Just a terrific float.
All right, we got another one right behind it.
And following immediately behind, float 23, rising of the mists. Tentacles of smoke adorned with flashes of brilliant hues curl around us as a magical genie still in slumber emerges from his lamp of captivity. Let us tread softly as not to awaken him, for who can tell if he is good or evil.
Oh, we got some shampoo.
Excellent.
talk about sustainable throws. This is a
That's a
shampoo
good
bar made right here, made in Louisiana.
Wow, that's terrific. I got a bunch of beads, a ton.
Huh. This might be the most useful throw I've ever seen. It's all natural, vegan, and cruelty-free shampoo.
Wow.
That's pretty cool.
Well, you should keep that.
We'll show that off when we come back on camera in a little bit.
And here's a dance troupe I've never heard of before, the Nola Lolas.
Oh, yeah. I think we saw them maybe yesterday or the day before, but it was the first time I had ever heard of them, so they might be new.
Hello, Nola Lolas. Very glamorous.
Their sign said Lola Gets, which I'm assuming is whatever Lola wants.
Oh,
Lola Gets.
Good for you.
I like that. That's cute.
The next float, float 24, the descent into Hades, and it's spectacular. The hell mouth yawns open before us, enticing those sinners who have devoted their lives to pleasure and foregone any faith in the heavenly spirit. Into the yawning chasm, the poor wretches must proceed, traversing down deeper and deeper levels of oppressive and fiery doom.
My kind of party.
I'll tell you what, and who hasn't had that happen? This is just spectacular. Well, I just can't congratulate Kern Studios enough. These
I know.
are fabulous floats.
Incredible. I can't get over how many parts there are. It's not just a flat surface with, you know, a design or a caricature. This is, man, every single piece on here looks incredible. So many moving parts.
Whoa!
Nice. Oh, I like them. This is the Bad Mamas dance group. I want a chaperone for this group.
Float 25 approaches. The mystery and magic of Carnival, another signature float, I believe. Another giant multi-segmented float. This is a very modern float design. Oh. Yeah.
Here comes the Band of America's Finest. Band of America's Few. Excuse me.
Float number 26 approaches. Down came the rain. Amidst the splendor of blooming flowers and the glisten of morning dew, the tenacious spider spins its shimmering web of silk. And float number 27, flying among the stars. At this wondrous procession of Orpheus, as this wonderful procession of Orpheus rolls to its finale, let us board the magical celestial ship that has appeared before us and ascend into unknown realms with only our dreams to guide us. I'm with you. These are wonderful. Oh. Thank you. And the U.S. Navy floats. Oh, thank you. Wow, that's cool. Float number 28, Rhythm, Rhyme, and Revelry, reestablishing Orpheus's devotion to music. This is the last float.
All right, folks, that was Orpheus. Man, what a fantastic parade. Doug, did you have a good time tonight?
I did indeed. My goodness, Orpheus was just great.
So cool. Both parades we saw tonight, Proteus and Orpheus. You know, like we've said all night, Proteus more of an old school parade. Okay, sorry, 1 second, folks. Microphone. There we go. Proteus, our first parade tonight, was more of an old school parade. And then Orpheus, right after, more of a modern parade, but both beautiful. Orpheus was incredible. The intricacies on those floats are amazing.
Just amazing.
We caught a whole bunch of fun stuff we're going to show you. This is a handmade tambourine. But the most interesting thing about this is that there's a beer bottle opener in the mouth of this jester. Very thoughtful.
Useful. Yes. Here we have a plush.
Is that a narwhal?
Dolphin.
No, it's a
with
narwhal.
A narwhal.
Yeah,
of course.
yeah.
You're right. Of course, that's what that is.
Yeah. This is one of the most interesting throws I've ever caught. This is a shampoo bar made here in Louisiana. Earlier, we were talking a lot about how crews are trying to do more sustainable throws or practical throws. So this is something we can actually take home and use as opposed to beads that you might wear 1 or 2 times. This is fantastic. So I'm so glad I caught this. Folks, it was great being here with y'all tonight. Thank you so much for sticking it out with us. We have to mention again tomorrow morning, due to some pretty bad weather that's coming in New Orleans, Zulu and Rex are going to have abbreviated routes. Unfortunately, where we do these parade streams from, Rex is not going to pass here, but Zulu will. It's going to be a shorter parade with no bands or marching groups. We hope you still watch. We're still going to be out here live streaming. So please join us, but stay tuned to NOLA.com, social media, website, right here, all that fun stuff, because NOLA.com and the other New Orleans news outlets are going to be talking about exactly what's going on tomorrow with the weather. Do you want to add anything to that?
Just turn out about an hour and a half earlier than you expected.
Yes.
Zulu was expected to start at 8. That's when they would ordinarily start. Tomorrow they're going to start at 6:30 in the morning.
Yeah, bright and early. See y'all there.
Last we heard.
Folks, thanks for being here with us tonight. This has been a lot of fun. Doug, thank you as always.
Yeah, had a wonderful time, Alex.
Good. Well, folks, we'll see you tomorrow morning. And after that, we'll see you next year.
Yeah, all right.
Thanks, folks. Y'all have a good night.
Bye-bye.